Yo, it's your boy DZ, man. You already know it's not about the setback. It's about the get back. I want to appreciate everyone that's became a member, that subscribed to the channel, and that watches the channel. I appreciate y'all. If you haven't already, hit that notification bell. Hit that notification bell so you can be notified every time we go live. I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me, and I hope y'all continue to rock with me. Fam, I appreciate y'all. Facts. Now, they got Wack up here, like literally begging for somebody else to keep their job. Now, Adam knows that there's been a lot of violence surrounded around No Jumper. People been up here going through it, committing acts of violence, and it done threw a whole dirt stain on Adam's shirt. Straight up. And people looking at it like this place here is filled with violence. This is all that's going on up here. Straight violence. And you got Wack 100 knowing that he was in the middle of a violent situation that he no longer wants to talk about, that he no longer wants to associate himself with. And he acting like this shit ain't never happened. He was in the middle of this whole situation. Adam made post after post insinuating that Wack 100 orchestrated what happened outside of No Jumper when Marciano got robbed, beat, pistol whipped, and stripped outside of there. Jay Reed as well. When this all took place outside, this was on the count of Wack. And Adam stated it because he knows, right? And now we see some more violence about to go ham up there. And Wack is trying to justify why somebody should keep their job. The boy almighty suspect. He done turned it into a place of violence with a discrepancy in conversation. Now, this is what these boys is doing now. This is what they doing. And, you know, Wack think that he can manipulate every situation and be able to influence Adam to let the boy back. He said, hey, listen, man, I don't think he should be suspended indefinitely. Maybe give him 2 weeks, 30 days, and then let him back. As if these things that been going on up there that we all see ain't staining No Jumper to the fullest. See, this is why I tell y'all, right? Wack 100 is selfish. Wack 100 does not have a dollar invested inside of No Jumper. Nothing's coming out his pocket to fund No Jumper. When them lawsuits go down, Wack 100 ain't saying, hey, yo, here, Adam, take this 10, 20,000 and put it towards the lawsuit. Adam say the lawsuits, they be like 50,000 that a joker want. When it's beef like that and it's an altercation, they want to get paid. Wack ain't saying, yo, here, take this 10, 20 bands. And, you know I had something to do with the energy around the building. Go ahead and take this 10, 20 because I want to make sure that, you know, I help you being as though I know I help bring the drama. Because Wack don't got it like that. All cap. Now, if this was so much of your brother, Wack, which you claim to say that he's your brother, if this was so much of your brother, why won't you assist him with the legal funding that he has to deal with because of the energy that you bring up there? You bought loose cannon up there, Wack 100. Ain't nobody else bring loose but you. Loose was your guy. That was your mission that you had to put on for the federales. So you brought him up there, if we being real, but you don't want to take no accountability for that. You want to try to throw it all off on, well, he came up there for you, Adam. He didn't come up there for me. He had a Christmas gift for you. But then turn around and say, hey, man, I told him, where y'all at? Come on up here. We gonna ride back to Vegas together. And you know you line that situation up. But you don't want to take accountability for it at all. You think that your manipulation game is so strong that you can manipulate anybody, and whenever you want something to go a certain way, you play the game like, well, I ain't trying to tell you what to do. I ain't trying to tell you what to do, but you know, it's only right if you do it like this. Ain't nobody going for that. Ain't nobody going for that. You done brought a whole nother level of heat to the business now. And everybody see this shit, if we being real. The heat you done brought up there, you done stained it. You can act like you don't want to talk about the violence that you brought there, but you done stained it so hard that either if you don't talk about it or not, it's up and it's stuck. You are the reason why this place looks like that. See, the situation with the boy, almighty suspect, he done had a few situations, right? And we gonna go over those in a few together, right? He done had a few situations up there. And the situations that he had, they like dwindled away. You know, he done went at a girl, arguing with her. Then he done had a fist fight with somebody. But now that they see that Wack 100 and his crew pulling out them biscuits, that yistle, and they want to pistol whip shit, and they want to rob shit. So now it's making it sure that everybody that come up there, they gotta have a weapon to feel protected, because they see the people that's coming up there, they ain't doing just a fist fight. You gotta have a weapon to protect yourself at No Jumper. And you know, No Jumper got securities, right? But I guess, you know, security don't do no patting down no more. They ain't patting down nobody. They letting everybody in with whatever that they need to protect themselves. It's like going into a war zone now. And Wack, you think that you got the ability to change how shit go because we think you just like that. When you talk to Adam, I can tell him, yo, we gonna do it like this, man. But I ain't telling you what to do with your business. Yes, you is. You literally trying to tell that man that he should let the boy back when we all see what happened. If we just being real, man. Facts. If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Straight up. We sitting there paying attention, right? And we gonna listen to the Wack beg for somebody that we all know went too far by pulling a weapon out, spitting on the boy, but he didn't want to fight. He got into a whole nother situation and he was ready to rumble. But this situation here, he knew the brother might have got the best of him. So he pulled out a knife. And Wack is upset because the boy identified that he had a knife on camera. Straight up. Now, if that man would have had a strap when he pulled the knife out and popped him, Wack, what you would have said then? What you would have said then about the situation? You would have been like, oh man, he ain't had to take it that far? Straight up. He ain't had to take it that far? But we all can see, right, that the boy almighty suspect got some issues going on because he's always in a argumentative state with everybody. He has some serious issues that he's dealing with. Some issues that he's been dealing with in his life growing up. And we can see for a person that's always argumentative in defense, something has happened in their life, whereas though they always feel like they gotta prove to people who they are. And this is what I'm seeing about the boy. He feels that he gotta prove to people who he is so that he can feel like he standing his ground straight up. And we see it. Dude is definitely reaching for something, you know? And it cost him his little job up there at No Jumper. We already know he got exposure, but he was getting paid peanuts, but it cost him his job. Straight up. And Wack 100 wants to justify why the boy shouldn't have lost his job. Because of his actions up there, and he was able to talk his way back into it, manipulate Adam to stay on the show, knowing that it was all because of him that the feds definitely got on their ass about that situation outside of No Jumper. And we know Wack's time is coming, right? Wack think it's all good. Even though we seen what we seen, Wack kicking loose cannon's foot for the chain of events to go off, Wack think that, man, listen, ain't nothing gonna happen to me. Because he done switched the topic so many times and people ain't talking about it. Straight up. People ain't talking about it because I'm thinking like maybe people thinking the feds ain't gonna do nothing about this. But they got the police report now. Maybe it's a major investigation going on of Wack. Maybe a different entity really wants to get Wack up out of here. And Wack think that he's well protected from the people that he's already working with. Maybe that is what's going on. And I'm going to tell you, that's what I think. I think that there is some feds that want to get Wack up out of there, right? But Wack is working with a certain group of them people, whereas though he feels that he's protected at all costs. And we shall see, because there hasn't been no indictment that came out yet. And Wack is real comfortable, but he has tried to calm down a little bit, but he's real comfortable as if he didn't have any accountability. He's thinking that if I don't talk about loose cannon at all, everything is gonna fade away. You might have cut loose cannon's lines off, but I'm not locked up. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not a criminal. So we're going to continue to build and grow. And the people that rock with us, I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all share this live and hit that subscribe button. I appreciate all of y'all. Let's check this out right here, y'all.
Yo, we got to look out for each other and know what not to do. Like, come on, like, bro, you did this shit with Brick Baby.
What?
However you had it scheduled, you made sure we never cross paths.
True.
Right? Okay, so if we know we got a situation going on with nephew, and the last thing it is they was finna fight, I really believe y'all was looking at it like it's content. I don't think y'all understood the seriousness. I understood Brandon went and did his homework. This dude was kind of saying all kind of things about me. I don't know nothing about him. Let me find some dirt. And listen, I don't doubt him for that. So I think you a little too harsh is why we can't give him a suspension.
Really? Because this was not the first time, I think was the main thing that made me feel like
What you mean not the first time?
Well, the Kelpie situation was pretty extreme.
The what?
When he beat up Kelpie Almighty.
You beat him up where?
You don't remember this? It was like the most viral clip in the
How
history
long
of
ago was that?
2 years.
Okay, what the fuck are we talking about, bro?
Now, the man had a situation then, right? And he went off. He literally went off feeling like he can do what he want. Now, this was a rumble with the boy. He had a straight rumble with the boy. And Adam was supposed to let him go then. You bringing heat to the business. You got my business looking crazy. But Adam kept him there.
Was your life like in the lead up to that? Why'd you decide to do that?
In the lead up to that, I was hustling. I don't want to say specifics, but I was doing a little shit in the streets. And then basically I was like, you know what?
I feel like you've already filled this in about what you were doing.
Yeah, I mean, well, Sharp made some accusations about what I was doing. I don't want to admit or deny those, but
Yeah, the boy got upset because of the brother. He didn't like what the brother said, right?
okay. Yeah, basically I was getting money and shit, and then that hustle came to an abrupt end when I got raided. So then I switched into another one because I seen some people that needed help, and I just jumped into the game.
Describe getting raided though.
Oh, well, I was outside vaping and shit, and still hustling, and the girls were inside, and basically just got a no-knock raid. They came in, they pulled me outside, some undercovers, and they drew their guns on me and shit like that, put me in the squad car, and then they all just were inside my house and like, yo, we got a warrant to search your person and your vehicle and your house.
But they were suspicious of you.
Yeah, they were trying to say that I was drug dealing or something like that.
Okay.
And
but you don't have a case as a result of this?
Nah, I never heard back from them, honestly. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And so then you decide, how did the software underbelly opportunity even come about?
Well, I've been trying to do some online stuff and just get that internet money and.
Now, Almighty Suspect is quiet at this moment, right? But we gonna see he's just like a natural hater. A natural hater, man.
Also promote my girl's OnlyFans.
Okay.
So basically, check out Crystal Roses on OnlyFans, by the way. She's going up. But no, basically, I was just trying to promote that stuff. So I went on Soft White, talking about my story. And then, yeah, that just kind of blew up from there.
So what was the feedback like? What would you describe as the most common comments that you saw in response to the software underbelly thing that were really driving it being viral?
Oh, just a lot of hateful shit about the way I was dressed, mostly. People was and also I feel like they took a lot of the shit I said out of context. When I said I was homeless, that was because I just got evicted after the raid. The apartments had kicked us out with some Section 8 that I was staying with my family and the girls. So they kicked us out of that, and then a lot of people were like, oh, why is he dressed like a Party City pimp, fake chains and all that, but it's all real. The outfit, I feel like that's the most thing that people said was being disrespectful, but I was just doing that to get attention. But all my jewelry is legit and stuff.
So
been diamond tested.
Suspect, fill me in on that. Is there something expected of you before you've earned the stripes to wear certain types of pimp outfits?
Nah, it wasn't even that. It was we felt like that shit the equivalent to get everybody to understand, kind of like blackface. You know what I'm saying? That shit was kind of it looked like a costume. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
It's he came in here. He came in here wearing that shit in his head, oh, this is what pimps is supposed to look like. I got my little $ chain, my little fur
I got
coat.
2 of them.
But do you?
Now, that's his jewelry, his clothing, his business. But this dude is so weird that he want to pick apart this man's lifestyle. And this is who Wack is vouching to stay on the show. Dude is a straight certified weirdo.
Do you feel like, you could have rocked the same fit or something similar?
But I mean, I'm true to this, so of course I could. But that's the
So
same
am I,
thing.
though.
I'm black. blackface. You get what I'm saying? Like
Okay.
it's like wearing blackface.
But so,
it's like,
but aren't there white pimps at
There
these
is
pimp
white
conventions and
white
shit?
folks, white
Of
folks is a
course.
poppin' ass white pimp.
And you
I
didn't
bet
even
you
know
he's doing
who
better
he
than you.
was
No.
until right now.
But
until
I
the
know
new
who
interview.
he is. I know who
we
he
asked
is.
you that last interview. You had no clue.
You didn't
now
ask me
you
about
know
no
who
white
the,
pimps last time.
The nigga Sharp said, you know who the fuck white folks is? You was like, no, I don't. You didn't know who the fuck
He
that
told
was.
me who that was on FaceTime before the interview
Exactly.
happened.
You
Yeah,
didn't
so
know
I did
who white
he
folks was until we informed you.
Until Sharp informed me on a FaceTime before this interview.
Until a pimp informed
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
who exactly.
But
He
you know
had
what I'm
no
saying?
clue
There's white
until-
pimps
until
out there.
somebody informed
so I
him
don't get
before
how
his
it's,
interview.
how it's blackface.
You get what I'm
That
saying?
seems like you're bringing up racism where it doesn't need
No,
to
no,
be
no,
brought
no, no.
up.
That was just an analogy to get everybody to understand. I'm not saying that you were doing. It's
You
an
said I was
analogy
doing blackface,
to
basically.
get everybody to understand. Yeah, because you pulled up in a pimp costume.
He was saying it was like blackface, but
Put up-
He said he pulled up in a pimp costume. What he's wearing, what he got on, got to do with you? Certified hater now. He hate the man so much at that time that he wanted to detail what he didn't like about what that man had on.
is it the
Yeah.
fact that
Costume.
he's white in general, or is it the fact that he's so new in the game?
It's just it's just because he's not really doing that shit in his head. He came.
But I am
like,
really doing
you
that
get
shit.
what I'm
My
saying?
pockets
Like he
will prove
came.
that.
That's like. What's a good analogy? Well, I just gave one, like blackface, but let's do another one, like a nigga who go to the gym with all the shit and he looking like he finna ball the fuck up. You feel me? And then when he get the ball, he can't do shit, but he came in his head like this what ballers look like. I'm gonna get the headband, the socks, and all that shit. You get what I'm saying? Like
But what if,
that's
what
what
if
I'm
he
saying.
starts learning how to?
See, this is why, I don't rock with people, right? Because when you involve yourself around people, and this is why I don't do no podcasts with people. I don't want to be aligned with nobody, because soon as you around somebody, they always want to find a reason to have envy and hate. This dude is a pimp, he says, right? Okay, so if that man wants to perp as he's a pimp, what does that got to do with you? But this is how people are. And when it don't go your way, a lot of these dudes, they gonna point the finger.
Play ball, and then he starts balling harder than other motherfuckers.
Right.
Is he still impersonating at that point?
Everybody's a little kid trying
Yeah,
to be
like
Michael
we
Jordan
all
at one
started
point,
somewhere,
right? And then
right?
The next day, boom,
Yeah.
you are Michael Jordan.
You gotta crawl before you can walk, bro. So everybody starts somewhere, and I feel like y'all were hating on that because not even the race thing, because I feel like we're all the same, no matter what color we are. But I feel like it's because of my age and because of how new I was to the game that y'all just attacked me for
That
it.
has nothing to do with that.
Really?
I don't feel like you're
That's
new to
not what
shit.
it seemed like.
You hate
I don't
white
feel
people.
Like you're, no. I feel like you're not new to shit. I just feel like you're an impersonator for your SoundCloud career. You're not new to shit, nigga.
But bro,
Fuck
I
outta
don't
here.
even focus on music.
You came up in
I
here
focus
talking
on the
about
streets. I focus on
you
getting
came in
money.
here talking about you professing old school, and then you was like,
Yeah.
we actually where you learned this shit from, and then you said, yeah, I watched Sharp on YouTube. Like,
Yeah.
get the fuck out of here,
That's
nigga.
an old
I
school
have
guy.
no-
It's not
I ain't have no
it's not some
mentors in
shit
real
you
life.
could watch on YouTube and impersonate.
And start
nigga.
getting money from
Get
it?
in the fucking streets, nigga, and get
What you
some
think
real
I've been doing?
experience.
Getting
nigga.
money.
See, the boy was hating because he figured the game out from watching somebody else do it, and he been running in the streets and can't figure out how to master it and get his paper up. He gotta work for Adam for $50 a day. He's upset that this dude figured it out and put his swag together, start grinding with it, and he couldn't figure out how to do it, and he was in the streets. But this is what a hater does.
But
Getting real experience
all these
every day.
drill kids are looking at
Every
older
day.
drill rappers and fucking getting
but
influenced
they really
by that,
outside
right?
drilling though.
But he's
I'm
really outside pimping.
Nah, really.
He's not.
Really, I brought two bitches with
He's
me. I ain't
not.
never seen none of your bitches.
That don't mean
He got
shit.
some
I ain't
work
never
on the
seen
couch.
None of your bitches.
Right.
None of your bitches.
Because I'm really doing this shit. What the fuck I look like bringing some bitches in here?
Really?
You're a clown,
Well, then you
nigga.
need to
You
prove
gonna
it.
get
You
life
need to
for this
prove it.
shit. You gonna get life for playing around,
So how am
nigga.
I gonna get
I'm really
life and
doing
you're not
this shit.
gonna
What
get
the
life?
fuck do I
Come
look
on
like
now.
bringing
Stop
some
stupid.
But he's sitting there explaining it on a podcast as if you can't get charged for explaining your crimes. But this is how people be thinking, though.
prostitutes in here. Niggas get the book through at them
we
for
get
this
money,
shit. This
and
nigga's
you
a
jealous.
clown.
You a fucking
This
hater,
nigga's a
bro.
clown and
You're a player
impersonator,
hater. You're
nigga.
breaking one of the
Fuck
rules of the
out of
game
here,
right
nigga. You're a
there.
clown.
Fucking being
Nigga,
a
you're
player
a clown,
hater.
nigga.
Sus, girl.
Fuck out of here,
Nah,
nigga. You're a
listen right
bum,
here.
nigga.
Listen
Go get
right
some
here,
money,
bro.
nigga. You ain't know
What you
nobody
fucking
track.
think I do
Mr.
every-
Old School, you ain't got
every
no fucking money,
motherfucking day
nigga.
I
Pull
get
some money
money,
out.
bro.
You broke
Every
ass
fucking
nigga.
day I
Fuck
get
out
money,
of here,
bro.
nigga. You's a
My
bum.
bitches get me money. I
Nigga,
pull
fuck
it right
out of
out
here.
their
Them
ass
bitches dusty
every
as fuck.
fucking day, bro.
Them bitches dusty
And you
as
ain't got no
fuck.
bitches. You ain't got no
That's
fucking
cool.
bitches.
I'll say that. That's cool.
You ain't got no
Okay,
Because
bitches.
when them
hold on.
police watching, I don't have no bitches. I'm a podcaster.
Let me just interrupt
And I'm
real
an
quick.
OnlyFans manager when the police
Let,
watch.
let me just
Clown
interrupt real
ass
quick.
nigga.
Hey, you, bro.
Okay, hold on. People
This
try to
nigga's a
pull
goofball.
that out on Sharp and stuff too. Like, where's your bit? I'm gonna be real. Like,
They
me
was
and
getting that
Sharp have
money.
been in the same group chat for like a couple years at this
Yeah.
point, so I've seen some of the girls they spends time with. He definitely has some attractive women in his life. I have no idea what their relationship is, but also, you know, you gotta respect it. Like, fucking, if I had like all kinds of girls, I would probably try to keep some kind of distance between my professional life and bringing chicks around all
Thank
my
you.
employees and stuff. I mean, I am somebody who lives my whole fucking life on the internet, so it might be kind of different for me. But I mean, just because he don't necessarily, I've seen some women trailing him before.
Niggas better.
I
Niggas
ain't
really
seen
know. Nigga, I'm
I
on
ain't seen
tracks.
it.
Boy, fuck out of here.
I ain't never
nigga.
seen no bitches.
Who
Sat there and said he on tracks. You admitting to it on camera, but then turn around and say I ain't got no bitches. Which one is it? But you mad at him for finding his swag. This is how people operate, man. You mad at that man because he found his swag. Damn.
are you?
I'm Lil
Who are
Kelpie,
you? No
Kelpie
one
the
knows
pimp.
you.
Kelpie the motherfucking
Kelpie the
pimp.
clown.
You
Fuck
ain't
outta
gotta
here.
know who I am,
Fuck
bro.
outta here.
Fucking Ben Franklin knows who I am, bitch.
Fuck outta here.
He
No.
knows who the
Who?
fuck I am. I'm
You
getting
said
money
what?
every day. I said
You
Ben
said-
Franklin knows who the
who-
fuck I am, bitch.
Who you calling a
Ben
bitch
Franklin,
though?
I'm calling you a bitch.
Hey, went left. Look how shook Adam look. Look at him. Get up out of there.
Fuck you calling a bitch? Go out, boy.
Ain't stopped nothing at all.
Don't call me no bitch.
Ain't stopped nothing at all.
What's wrong with you? Don't call me no bitch. You crazy. You crazy. I was in here chilling. Call me no bitch.
We was all trying to be in here.
What's wrong with you, nigga? What's wrong with bro? Oh, fuck. I was taking a shot. I know, man. Damn. Hold on. I gotta find my watch. Here.
Look, hold on. No glasses.
Come on, boy. I didn't even try to do all that, Slim. Nigga, call me a bitch.
Oh,
Who is a bitch?
Stop it. Look at you.
come on. I told you, come in like on that action shit. You say gonna be professional, okay? Say you're gonna be professional, bro.
And right there, Adam should have addressed that right there. That right there shouldn't have been allowed. Shouldn't have been allowed now. But Adam kept him there. Adam kept him there. And dude really felt like he can do whatever he wanted. Because from that situation, he didn't get reprimanded. So he stepped it up, escalated. Now he like, man, I'm beefing with everybody. Whoever it is, I'm a beef with him. You know, he beefing with the women, everybody. With the women, everybody. One of them type of dudes. Insecurities.
He did that. No, I'm just saying, like, look. He spanked you today.
No, he
But
did
look,
not.
listen to what I'm saying.
Hold
I'm saying, even if we take that out of the equation, he had been just carrying it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna
What are
lie,
you talking
you
about?
gotta give him that.
Give me the delete. Hey,
you gotta give him
hey,
that.
tell no,
mad,
hey, tell no jumper to give me the delete show, and I'm gonna carry you. Almighty wants that.
Yeah. I think dude just definitely a certified hater, man. Definitely. Dude is definitely a certified hater. And we all see this shit. Certified.
always has to do too much to get his point across. I don't have to do too much.
You didn't have no points. You lost.
I did have points because I called my cousin. You only got that.
You were
point.
still wrong.
Okay,
I was
okay,
right.
I'll give you that.
You was wrong.
I'll
of
give you
course.
that. I'm
You
a
have to.
Scorpio, just
You
like
have
you.
to give me that.
I'll
'cause you
give
were
you that
wrong.
because I'm a Scorpio. So chill.
No, 2.
So chill the fuck out.
2-0. We 2-0.
What side of the
Shut the
bed
fuck
you
out.
woke up on
So
today,
shut the fuck
Jaleel?
out.
2-0. Been cooking her all
You
day.
came up here on bullshit.
Cooking her.
No,
It's like you
Alright.
came in here with this energy for this
bullshit.
nigga.
But if
This
you
was
gonna argue with me, you gotta
premeditated.
be right.
Because Almighty always thinks he's right.
I
That's
be
his
right.
problem. You're not
You're
right
not
all
wrong
the
today.
time.
I
Just
be
like when
right.
you said the thing about NBA Youngboy, you're
I
wrong.
be right.
You're wrong. You're not always
That's
right.
an opinion.
That's
Next.
an opinion.
See, young boy don't understand, right? His attitude is definitely gonna have somebody end up checking him. Attitudes like this, and everybody knows this is your persona, this is how you act. The right person, they gonna come ready to knock your block off, knock your taco meat out. And he don't know how to calm down. Straight goofy. Till somebody put a couple of those hot ones up in him and he might not make it. I guess that's when he'll learn.
That's an opinion.
All you do is have opinions. All you do is have opinions. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that your mom raised you.
Move on.
I'm sorry that you're raised in a
Exactly.
two-parent
My
household.
point.
You're raised in a two-parent
I wasn't raised in a
household.
two-parent household.
You're raised in a
I wasn't.
two-parent.
I
Okay.
wasn't.
I was.
Okay. Your mom raised you. Your mom raised you.
Suspect 3-0. Suspect 3-0. Suspect 3-0. Another one. What DJ Khaled said? Another one.
Hey, how many people?
What DJ Khaled said?
Hey.
Another one.
How many people who went through trauma with their
Another one.
mothers though?
Another one.
Just because Almighty
was in
grew
a
up in like
two-parent household,
a
and
Another
prestigious
one.
household,
Another
and
one.
he has some type of culture behind him. He
Another
acts
one.
like this super gangbanger.
Another
Yeah.
one.
All right.
Another one.
All right.
Cooked.
All right,
She's mad
you
now.
super gang member.
Who said he was gang member? I'm big old pimping. Cooked.
Pimping, or
Another
are you
one.
gang banging? Are you
Another
pimping, or are
one.
you gang banging?
Cooking.
I don't know. With the
She's
static
mad
you be having
now.
on
She's so
some of
mad.
the static you be having on the internet, I don't know.
Cooks.
Blood. Is you a gang
Cooks.
member or is you a pimp? Blood.
You're
I'm trying
mad.
to make it make sense. Is you
don't
a
act like
pimp
a
or is you a
gang
gang
Thank
member?
you. I don't
Blood?
act like a gang
Is you
I
a
ain't never
pimp or
heard
a
Tommy say
gang
no
member?
gang
Blood.
shit.
Thank you.
Is you
Never
a
heard
pimp
me
or a
say no
gang
gang
member?
shit.
Blood.
Cooks.
Is you a pimp or a gang member?
Cooks.
Blood. You walking around
The
with a
niggas
gang,
cooking
though.
you.
You walk.
See, he's so used to handling the girls that pimp for him, right? That he pimping, right? He's so used to handling them like trash that he doesn't know how to have dialogue at all. He doesn't know how to have dialogue. All he know how to do is argue. But the right person is definitely gonna check him.
Walking around
You
with
saying
niggas'
blood all
shades,
day, do
though.
you gang bang?
You
You saying blood all day, do you gang bang? Yeah, fuck out of here. You ain't
So
from
you
nowhere.
don't
Shut
gang
up.
bang.
Stop saying
Yeah.
blood. You ain't from
Yeah,
nothing.
where you
Shut up.
from? Where you
Shut
from?
up. You're from shit. Shut up. I'm affiliated. I'm affiliated. I'm from nowhere. I don't say blood, clown. Clown.
Your mom raised you.
Clown.
Your mom
My
raised you.
boss.
Your mom raised you.
What your
Your mom
mama
raised
do?
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
you.
You're mad.
Mama
You
made
mad.
you
You
mad.
mad.
She
You
mad.
mad.
She
You
mad.
mad. You mad. You mad.
Oh,
You're
she
mad. You're
She
mad.
said that. Chill out. She hot.
You're
You gotta
mad.
This nigga
You're
out.
mad. I'm gonna call my mama.
Call your mom.
I'm gonna call her just to
Call
see
your
how
mom.
she's doing. Can
that
you
you
do
have
that?
a beautiful
Can you do
relationship
that?
with.
Yeah.
Can you do
Relax.
that? Nah. Say
Real petty. Real petty, man. Real petty. Honestly, he act like a little spoiled little brat that flips out every time he doesn't get his way. Straight weird. Every time when he don't get his way, he throw temper tantrums. Like he used to lay on the ground and just kick the floor when things ain't go his way.
gangsta, I'm gonna call my mom and see how she doing
relationship
today.
with.
I'm gonna see how she
Since
doing today.
that you have a beautiful
I'ma see how she
relationship.
doing today.
You gang member.
I'ma
You
see how she
gang
doing
member.
today.
Shut up, blood.
I'm gonna see how she doing today.
You probably went to a private school.
how she doing today.
You probably went to a private school.
Hey, Mom.
Stop playing with me.
What does it
That's
matter?
not
playing
supposed
with
to call
me.
you, see how you doing. What you
What
Stop
does it
playing
matter
with me.
about?
How you a pimp but your mom raised you, bitch?
Nah, I'm good. I just want to see what you was doing. How your day going? What you doing?
What's up with the B word shit?
Hey, check this
Let's
out.
relax.
This dude literally called his mother. He called his mother in the middle of the podcast to say, how you doing? Straight weirdo. Fufafi. But when somebody knock your noodles out, your mom gonna be crying. My baby. Why they do this to my baby? He ain't never done nothing to nobody. Why would they want to do this to my baby? Because your baby always antagonized people and he ran into the right person and they got on his ass.
All that though. I'm with all that though.
So I just wanted to call my mama. How you doing? That part. Cooking her. Tune into the show, mother. Love you.
And I adore your mother
Call
for
your
that.
mama.
I adore your mother for that.
End the show.
Hey, I adore your mother
End
for
the
that.
show.
Hey, I ain't got nothing against no
End
moms
the
that's
show.
actively involved
End
though.
the show. Fuck all
Hey,
that. She
hey, what
crossed
is you
the line.
talking about? No,
Talk
you
about
crossed
fake
the
gangster
line.
shit.
What are you
Crooked her.
talking about? Oh, because you're
Crooked her.
mad? You're mad? You're mad?
Who mad?
Who a real
I'm great. I
gangster,
can call my
though? You a
mama.
gangster?
You not a real gangster.
I'm not a gangster.
Then stop saying blood. Stop saying blood. Where you from? Where you from? Where you from? Then stop saying blood. Stop saying blood. How? You said you're affiliated. You're not from nowhere. Where's she from?
She fuck with 2-1, EBK in them?
Where's she from?
Stop playing with me though.
Where you from?
I don't want to hear it.
Where you from? You've been played with. You've been played with. You've been played with. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? What are you
Julie, this a podcast.
What are you gonna do about it? What are
Please don't. Why you
I mean,
what in it?
what are
What she want us to do?
what are
What is you talking about, nigga? I'm not playing with niggas
What
though.
was I supposed to do?
What?
Beat her
What are you
up?
talking
I
about?
wish it was a nigga up here.
Thank you.
What? A nigga what?
Are
A
you
nigga
angry?
what?
Are you okay?
It's a podcast.
She's mad.
Next.
Cooked her. Suspect 4-0.
Next.
Dummy.
Yeah, don't even
Shut up.
argue with
Dummy.
Shut up.
Dum dum.
Shut up.
Dum dum.
That's pointless. You arguing with a female.
Dumb
Man.
what? He been arguing with me. That's all he do is argue with me.
Alright.
Every motherfucking
I don't want to
podcast
do
he
this.
arguing.
I don't want to do this, but are we going to get to anything else, or is this
Yeah,
gonna be the
can we
rest of the episode?
can we get her to
Yeah. Dude wanted to go at it with her. And it might have made him feel better. Because this is probably what he does with his little biddies that he got on the strip. He like to argue with him. He might bust him upside the head. He's able to get his thing off, right? He's able to get his thing off. And the energy that we seen right there, all that energy, and you know, he said he wish it was a guy there, and we see him go at the other boy, punch him in the face and spit on him. But he really don't want to fight, you know. He really don't want to fight, man. Certified weirdo, man. Just being real. And it's a whole woman. A whole woman, man. A whole woman. But then he got in here and somebody that he know he couldn't throw them hands with, he had to pull out a weapon. But this is what's going on at No Jumper, man. Adam has bred a place of violence, allowing people to be violent when you're supposed to be just doing a podcast. You got loose cannon, Wack 100, and that situation went left. But now you got other employees up there taking it to another extent. They pulling out weapons.
and grab booty cheeks.
Damn.
He liked to defend
I like
pedophiles.
booty cheeks, that's for sure.
That's crazy. He liked to
I didn't defend
pedophiles.
anyone.
He liked to watch
Let's
wee
be
wee.
honest. Did I
He
defend the
liked to
dude?
watch wee wee.
No, exactly.
No.
So you're
He
lying.
liked to watch
He said I
wee
didn't
wee.
defend him.
like to watch Wee Wee.
I'm just saying, man.
The Wee Wee Watcher is out of control.
Yeah, so
bro.
he hasn't
You gotta
uploaded
get
to
a
his
hold
channel
of
in
it.
6 months.
You bugging today. You watching Wee Wees, you pedos, you got booty shorts on. Today has been a crazy day for you.
If you go beat up that pedophile,
Today's been a
you gonna have a
crazy
lot
day.
of cool points in the
Today's
streets
been
of LA.
crazy. Beat you up.
He probably would.
No, me. Beat you up.
You
What
will
talking
beat
about?
me up?
Yes,
You
nigga
can't beat
you
me up.
Stop bringing up
You
other
can't
niggas
beat me
who
up.
in jail. Nigga,
You
nigga
really
beat
think
you
you could beat me up?
Nigga beat you up.
No, you can't.
You mean?
No.
Nigga,
You
then
can't.
follow me outside.
All right.
I'm gonna be outside as soon as this is over. If you feel that strongly, get cracking.
Follow me.
Follow you. I'm gonna walk right outside, right
Follow
past
me
you.
outside the building.
I'm
away
gonna
from
walk
security.
right out the
Follow me
building.
away from
I'm gonna walk
security,
right
and
out
you
the
can do whatever
building, and
you
you're
like
gonna
to.
do
And we
nothing.
can do whatever you'd like to.
You're gonna walk right. You just said you was gonna beat me up. Now we're gonna do whatever.
All right, we're not doing none of that. No fights.
Listen,
No
wait a
fights.
minute,
Come outside the
No
building.
You see how
fights.
niggas
And
use
follow
coded
me
language?
so we can do what you like to.
Can I
Come on.
please say this?
Come
Do
on.
you see how
Please.
niggas use
Booty
coded
band.
language? He
Booty
first
band.
said
You watch
he
Wee
wanna
Wees
fight
and
me.
you wear booty
Then he
shorts.
said we
You
gonna
don't
do
wanna
whatever
do
you wanna do.
nothing.
This
Do
just
nothing.
talks crazy.
You
Like,
don't wanna do
listen,
nothing,
I'm not.
Yeah, he got a lot of mouth. He got a lot of mouth. And, you know, Wack want to say, man, we should keep him here, right? So he's used to this, and this is keeping him off the street. What's gonna happen to him? He gonna go out there and do this shit on other podcasts. He done got comfortable doing this shit on No Jumper. He gonna go out there and do this shit on the wrong podcast, and they gonna see him on the 6 o'clock news. Straight up. All that tough guy shit, that shit don't work when somebody really ain't playing with you. When they got that iron and they want to knock your noodles out. But he don't understand it. He just so tough. These type of people, they never go that far. They always end up getting checked. Straight up. Appreciate that, Deacon.
Not worried about
Let's
your
get
little
into
high
some-
yellow ass,
You
bro.
just
For
talking with your
real.
booty shorts on. You
We
don't
both
wanna
got
do
our
nothing.
shirts on.
So
You wanna do
Papoose
nothing but
claims he
watch
wrote
this
90% of
weed
Remy
and
Ma's
wear
music, guys.
He's a buster.
Papoose apparently claims he wrote 90% of Remy Ma's music.
You
I
Remy
believe
Ma
it.
right now. You changing up the story.
Nigga, you watch dicks. Shut
He
up.
said we could do. He said I'm gonna whoop your ass. Then said we could do whatever you want to do.
All right, bro.
Look,
You watch.
look.
You know what I want to do? I want to podcast.
I want
Ignore
you to stop
all
watching
light skin.
Wee- I want you to stop watching Wee Wees and put some pants on.
I will
That's
do
what
both
want
of
you to
those
do.
for you.
When you wear
I
some
will do
jeans
both of those
and
for
stop
you.
volunteering to see dicks. You might be
unbiasedly,
able to do something.
unbiasedly.
I want you to go to Turkey
Stop
and get your
volunteering to
hairline
see
replenished
dicks.
and
I'll
get
do
that ball
Take
spot
them
filled
booty
in.
shorts off.
Listen.
I'll do that when you take
Listen,
your booty shorts
hey,
off,
da-
nigga.
hey,
Stop
Da-
wearing
Donnie,
booty shorts off, nigga.
Take this nigga on a
This
tour to
nigga got
Turkey to
I
get
play
his
tennis
hairline
shoes on.
replenished.
Stop playing I play tennis racket shoes on, nigga, and get
They
your
gonna
booty
revive
shorts.
y'all
Fuck you,
friend
nigga.
laughing at
It's
you.
funny.
Nigga.
When you're funny, it's funny.
Y'all friend laughing at you.
But
That's a
here's the
damn
thing.
shame.
Here,
Hey, Adam, you bring that ball back to your podcast, somebody gonna end up knocking him off at your place. Somebody gonna end up, the right person, it's gonna be a homicide right at No Jumper. The right person, it's gonna be a homicide at No Jumper.
Get beat up by a guy wearing booty shorts.
Hey, right, imagine you caught the name and got whooped out by a nigga in booty shorts. That's
do it.
crazy. That would be reality. That would be a reality.
I would love to see it. You wrestle on mats. We ain't
Hey.
seen you do nothing with your hands yet.
Hey, when you see it, you go. Well, you're not gonna see it. You're gonna be knocked out. Everybody else gonna see it.
the reality is this.
Everybody else
Show
gonna
me.
see it.
They gonna be watching.
Show me.
Man,
Suspect.
Show me, bitch ass
suspect.
nigga. You know you want to make it home to your
First
kids.
it was if you call
know
me.
you want to
Look,
make it home
now
to
it's
your
you ain't
kids.
gonna make it home to
Come
your
on,
kids.
bitch ass
You see how
nigga,
the
show
story?
me.
You see how the
Show
story
me.
evolves?
Come show
First
me.
it was we was gonna
Just
catch a
come show
bag.
me.
Then we gonna do what you
Who
want
said I was
to do.
talking about
Now
more
it's
than the
death
feds?
threats.
Who
Now
said I
it's
was
death.
talking about more than the feds? You police ass
You
nigga.
said you're not gonna make it home to your
Who
kids.
said
What does that
anything about
mean?
more than the feds?
What does that even
You
mean?
could not make it home from a fade, you bitch ass
Listen,
nigga.
you cannot
Stop putting
make it
police
home
shit on me.
from a
Stop putting
fade.
police shit on me.
Boy, you like a true light
You
skinned
a federal
nigga.
faggot.
Hey.
You a federal faggot.
You should have that energy in that alley that day.
You a federal faggot.
You should
and
have
we
that energy in that alley
Double
that day.
A. Federal faggot.
I'm gonna listen.
We gotta watch this.
This
nigga.
is a fact.
He's a federal
Wait.
faggot and a wee-wee watcher. My
Can I
bad,
get a
bro.
word? Can I get a word?
ahead.
Can I get a word?
You're a wee-wee watcher.
This is
bro.
a fact.
You're a wee-wee watcher.
This is a fact. I'm gonna say what I want to say.
And
I
you
call
watch
this
wee-wees.
nigga Antoine Dotson and everything else.
You watch
I'm still
wee-wees.
gonna come to No
And
Jumper.
you
I'm
watch wee-wees.
gonna walk in and out this. If a want to do something, there's nothing but space and opportunity. Ain't worried about a light skin, no nigga, period. So if that gay, he's always bringing up fighting. You can't be the nigga bringing up fighting, trying to put it on another nigga to do something.
So,
But I just caught you one. I just caught you one. Just like that. You are a...
Guys.
Oh,
Guys, come on. Guys, come on. Stop, guys. Chill, guys.
Come on.
Let's do something.
You knew he had a weapon on.
No weapon.
Let's do something.
Man, what's going on? What you gonna do?
Nothing. Let's do something, bitch. Let's do something, bitch.
All right, niggas going so well.
Nigga, spit on you. Nigga, you ain't do nothing. Nigga, shut up. You a bitch. You a bitch. Nigga, that part. Nigga, shut up. Nigga, shut up. Nigga, shut up. Nigga, you got spit on.
No, I didn't.
You got, yeah, you did.
Don't
Yeah, you
spit
did. I
touch
watched
me.
it.
Don't spit touch me. Don't spit touch me.
I watched it. Nigga,
Hey,
I
bro,
watched it.
y'all are tripping, bro. What's going on?
What you wanna do about it, nigga? What you wanna do about it? Meet me outside, nigga.
You're a scary nigga.
What you wanna do about it?
You're a
What you wanna do about it?
You're a scary
What you wanna do about it, nigga? What you wanna do about it? That part, nothing. Nothing. Look what? Do
This
something
is
about
such a
it.
good pod before this happened,
Nigga.
guys. We're doing so good.
Nigga,
Intelligent dialogue.
Fucking
I was just about to say that, you know.
What the?
So,
Hey, y'all tripping, bro.
Come do something. Do
Man,
something.
that's why y'all had security, man. Y'all was on.
no jumper was
Y'all
cracking.
the whole time.
Come do something, Mr.
Man
Black Belt.
brought a knife to...
Come do something.
No,
Black
there's
Belt.
no weapons.
Come do something.
No weapons.
Come do something, Mr. Black Belt.
There's a knife right there.
Come
You
do
do it
something.
now.
Where?
He talked all that heavy shit and got scared. Went straight for the knife. All that tough talk, but got scared. Knew he was about to get his ass whooped.
A Swiss Army knife.
Where? Police ask you where? You're the feds. Federal fed. Bitch ass.
That nigga brought a fight to a multi-fight.
Like, share, subscribe, no jumper, running it up. We're not done yet, by the way. Make sure to subscribe to the Lush.
Adam got these dudes that's pill heads. They got issues. They all up here straight bringing it down. Bringing it down. The city gonna declare this place a nuisance, man.
World channel as well.
Hey, this shit
Fuck you
crazy.
talking to? Nigga crazy as fuck. Who a bitch?
My nigga look like a baby sumo. What about this man?
That shit got. I'm not gonna lie.
That nigga tossed you, love.
No, he didn't even touch me.
You fell over. Hey, look.
Did I fall? I didn't fall. The fuck?
Look.
Why ain't making things up?
Hey, I know I got
Hey, man. Look. No, you try to fake come in at the end. Look, hey,
no, but
look,
why did,
that nigga was, hey, he was going to toss you, Lush.
Yeah, you know,
That's what I meant to say. You try to fake come in at the end like you was going to stand in.
I'm just trying
Man, you
to
was gonna be
minimize
on the no
damage.
jumper table.
No, there's already footage of me trying to like get away from skirmishes, so that's why I tried to. I tried to like do my.
And this dude done knocked Lush out before. You know, Lush over there is scared to death right now. Scared to death. And he want to defend the guy. Oh, what knife? What knife?
My best to stand in the middle.
Bro, no, I'm trying to make sure he
We
got
was
no
good
bitch.
till he got to
'Cause
call
no,
him
he said,
nigga
he said, oh, no, nigga, I'm gonna make sure that ain't got shit. Nigga.
I will say that it was
Look.
it is improper decorum to try to bring attention to a weapon. I don't know why.
That's stupid, bro.
That nigga said, look.
Yeah,
Hey, what's up? It's a rap like the condoms y'all be wearing or what?
I mean, look,
This was crazy.
I'm gonna read the super
Y'all on
chats.
bullshit, man.
I'm gonna read. Let's read the super chats before we get up out of here.
They all dope fiends. Crazy. Crazy. The shit is ill. And Wack say that dude shouldn't lose his job. Wack literally say dude shouldn't lose his job. He should still be there. He shouldn't go nowhere.
Bro, okay, within the 2 years, when everybody left the building, did he follow the bandwagon?
No.
Okay, well, let's give him some credit. So let's take the Kelpie situation.
And I do appreciate that for sure.
Hold on, let's take the Kelpie situation. And when everybody left, Almighty didn't follow the bandwagon, and let's call that a wash. So he starts with a clean slate. I ain't saying don't give him, no punishment, but I'm saying like don't just get rid of nephew like that. Or give him a 2 week, 30 days or something. But
my issue is that
I ain't saying look, this your build. I'm just telling you, nephew didn't, he shows up, he does his thing. He's a character. People look forward to seeing him because of how he acts. But don't just get rid of him like that.
You never know what's going to happen in the future. It's not like it would be impossible. But from my perspective, dealing with lawsuits basically makes it so that running this business is completely fucking pointless, in the sense that a lawsuit that cost me 50 grand immediately just like erases so much time that we spend on stream, because streaming does not really make that much money. So from my perspective, anyone who introduces behavior that ultimately seems like it's rising to the occasion that a lawsuit could result from it, to me, it's like, this is something that we have to get away with.
How about this?
You ain't get away. Let Wack get out of there. You ain't get Wack out of there. Wack was able to talk his way back in. Now he's trying to talk you into keeping dude there. But the energy that's in this place is definitely demonic.
That's cool. Well, how about we pay attention to the lawsuiters? Because if there's some shit that went on and everybody ain't screaming sue. So maybe we get away from them people that's them type of people.
Well,
maybe they don't fit
but that's
our
the thing.
environment.
They don't sue until they leave.
No, but what I'm saying, maybe they don't fit our environment. You talking that shit, you saying certain shit, you disrespecting niggas the way you doing it, and then when they go there, you want to scream lawsuit.
But who do you see as the potentially litigious type?
He was the one, Brandon.
You think Brandon is a sewer?
He's the one screaming it. Like we didn't all been in
he screamed about the knife?
We was all in some shit, right? Been in some type of situation, and it's just we deal with it how we deal with it, and I ain't even saying get rid of dude, but I'm saying if we gon' listen, I'm totally against terminating him without giving him a suspension. Like, bro, motherfucking Lush punk ass nigga had 50 gang members. Talking about you, me, all kind of weird shit.
And definitely.
He said Lush had 50 gang members talking about F you, F me, right? Why? Were you the one that called the police, man? They saying you called the law. Was it you, Wack? Oh, man.
If Lush were to fuck up massively again, that would have been instructive about it. Like, you fucked up multiple times. Maybe we need to take a step back from working with you.
You gave him a week's suspension. I ain't saying give Almighty a week's suspension, maybe 2 weeks. But I'm saying don't give this dude who had it that could have turned into something. And I woke up and got included in it. You got included in it. He got a week's suspension. Great. I'm glad that happened for Lush. I'm just saying, I think indefinite without a return date right now, and he's been loyal, is a little extreme. That's all. I ain't telling you how to run your building. This is just your brother. I'm saying this. I believe it's a little extreme, and all the training that is winning him from here, I'd rather see that talent stay in his building than force him to go try to find a check and it ends up in another building.
Well, he's on a hater world tonight.
I mean, that's cool, but
he gonna go somewhere with that energy and somebody gonna do something to him. Wack talking about find another check somewhere else. He gonna go there with that energy and somebody gonna straight do something to this dude.
Even on this thing
Maybe
last
he'll
night.
be their black guy.
No,
they don't have a black guy.
No, even this thing last night, I'm glad that he's not going into a hole or thinking nothing crazy. He at least is working his name, right? Bring our guy back to our building, bro.
How is this your guy all of a sudden? You never showed him.
He said, bring our guy back to our building. Wack really feels like he got a percentage in No Jumper. This is the type of person Wack is. If Wack get next to you, he feels like he owns more of whatever he's in tune with than he does. Because he's there, he said, our building. Now you contracted. You get a check once a week. And you saying our building? You don't pay no bills. But it's our building. You don't have to answer to no lawsuits that or associate with all the shit going on. Because you pointing the finger, you saying, I ain't do nothing. I got in the car and left. The shit we seen at No Jumper outside, Wack said, I got in the car and left before everything took place. But we all seen the damn video. That ain't what happened. But Adam is responsible for all this shit. Wack ain't responsible for nothing, but he said our building. Bring our guy back. He done inserted himself in everything with no responsibility at all. That shit ill.
Any love prior to this?
Always.
When?
Always, bro. If
I was
you call
not
him right
privy
now-
to this.
Oh, you know how long I've been knowing this dude?
No.
Since he was going at Blueface about stealing his style. You know what I did?
Still doing that.
You know what I did when he did that?
What?
Brought him to the concert and let him go on stage with Blueface.
When was that?
At the Novo.
That doesn't seem like it's really worked out long term because they still hate each
it was
other.
cool. They ain't never had no problem. Whatever he say. But
Well,
wasn't no
Blueface
problem.
was kind of like sending his guys.
If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video.
To look around here to try to find Almighty at one point when they were doing an episode.
Nah, because they was
And he
following.
tweeted about him. Blueface had a tweet where he basically called Suspect like the lamest dude from LA or some shit. But he changed it to AS because he basically like didn't want to give him any more clout than he had to. Which I was
But
a little surprised.
What I'm
about.
saying is, like, I just think indefinite is a little extreme.
Well, yeah. It's an extreme business, and I used to take part in extreme sports. So, extreme is really kind of my nature.
So it's no way possible we can just give him a suspension.
At this point, I think I'm ready to at least take a step back, at least for a while. I'll say that. Is that who knows what the future could hold? At this time, I think I'm.
Bro, I looked up. You had the Mexican dude who violated 50 ways back on the show. What we talking about, bro?
That's what I'm saying.
Literally, you literally see Wack begging for Adam to keep the boy on the show. Begging now. Wack ain't got no pride of begging to somebody like Adam or Vlad. He will beg. He'll even probably get on his knees if he had to make sure that he gets his point across. Don't fire him, Adam. Please do not fire him. It's not fair to fire him. You didn't fire such and such, so why would you fire him? Please.
There is a place for forgiveness within this building.
You let Lux.
Comparator was banned permanently and eventually wormed his way back in.
Yeah, but he went running his mouth saying all kind of shit. Nephew ain't did none of that.
This is pro wrestling. I think it's important for you to remember that.
Huh?
This is pro wrestling.
No, I don't know what that is. That's you and Brick Baby, WWE.
No, that's gay porn.
But
it's pro wrestling in the sense that any conflict, Could it change as time goes by? Yeah, of course, it could change. Who knows?
Yeah, but why have him up under the gun where it's just
the gun?
No return.
Man, this dude Wack. Straight weird, man. Weird. He said his building, man. Our. That nigga said our. You know, he look at Adam as the white boy that he feels that he can control him. And to a certain extent, this is what I'm seeing. But then I see Adam playing with him a certain way. But it's like Wack does what he want. And Adam is just questioning him about certain things, but he don't stop nothing. Adam acts like he can't tell Wack no. Because from what we see, he ain't told him no. After all that shit we seen, even him confronting Wack, he still ain't told him no.
I mean, damn, bro. Like, hey, listen.
I mean, I guess technically I didn't say that there was no return.
That's what I'm saying. Well, why we said it, you said it time for Lush. I went to bat for Lush. This ain't nothing new.
Right, with the Travis Ford situation?
I definitely did. His ass was out of here. I called you on that. I said, look, bro, I think he was just, you know, he dealing with a dude who ain't rational. He's saying things because I believe he got caught up in that, wanting to be cool with some gang members. I think he learned his lesson. Yeah. Don't get rid of him indefinitely.
That definitely happened.
Whatever you choose to do, you do. It's your building. I'm just saying, like, goddamn, man. Because it'll bother me if I look up and something happened with nephew.
What do you mean?
Just what I'm saying. This is part of his program. Yeah, this part of his program, believe it or not. It's part of his program.
So what do you think he's gonna go do?
He got a void. Now he got a void. He got open space. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying no punish him, but damn, at least give him something to look forward. Tell him like, look, you out 2 weeks, 30 days. You know, come back. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. But damn, don't just like.
Honestly, it probably would have been that if it wasn't for the Kelpie thing. It's just, to me, it was like, even though they were a couple years apart,
bro, your man,
it just felt a little
you
too
got
extreme.
to give him some credit for staying down when everybody else probably wanted him to leave, bro.
Believe it or not, I did.
You got to phase that out. You know what I'm saying? So that's a wash. Kelpie ain't there, and now at this point, you can't. That's gone. You staying loyal and staying is gone. Right? This situation, I want to get you up out of here, but you know what? I'm talking to Wack. I'm thinking about it. That does mean something. Look, you gone for a month, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I don't know. But I just feel like, you know, the indefinite thing, and when you're not given a date of return, it's indefinite. In your mind, I don't want to look up in the hours of, 8 and 12 when he would have been here. We look on social media and something happened.
For the record, if anything happens to him during the hours that he would normally be here, I don't really feel like that is our responsibility.
No, what I'm saying is, I understand it because I used to be his age. This is his and today, to even have a program like that means something. It keeps you out, it keeps you away, and it keeps you in position to meet other people to possibly do other things with.
True.
So, Wack is saying that being as though that this man did something that got him fired, Adam should keep him there so he don't go out there and something happen to him, because Wack gotta know this dude's mouth is gonna end up getting his noodles knocked out of his brain. This man's mouth is gonna end up getting him straight laid out.
Maybe I'm speaking as a big homie. Maybe I'm speaking as a big brother. Maybe I'm speaking as a father. I'm just saying, think about it. You ain't got to make your decision now. Okay. Think about it. Maybe we can just kind of like do something a little less.
Who knows what the future may hold.
And listen, he come back on a probational period.
I was saying a straitjacket.
I mean, shit, that too, whatever. Just
or
let nephew come
a
back.
phone booth. We install a phone booth so he can like, you know, lash out at the glass and sort of like gnash his teeth at the glass.
That would be kind of cool. That
would be cool.
Listen,
right? Yeah.
we put this phone booth in here for you. When you feel like you want to go crazy, go.
And we know Wack don't like Brandon because he can't control him. And Brandon's not agreeing with everything Wack says. Wack only likes to deal with people that only agree with him. And Brandon are challenging. He gonna say what he feel. He ain't gonna just say everything that Wack says is right. And Wack don't like that kind of shit. So Wack is definitely against him.
Go in the phone booth. Hey, listen, that's a good gimmick.
No, he's got to be in it the whole time.
That's a good gimmick, man. Shit. You know what I'm saying?
The idea of him being that like out of control is pretty funny.
Hey, yo,
anyway,
content is
all right,
content.
so the suspect thing, I feel like the fans probably, they've heard us talk about this a lot. This might be kind of boring. Anyway, Sharp.
Now, we know Wack is definitely not feeling Brandon. We all can see that. For him to want to go to bat for the other boy, and the other boy then went at Blueface, talked crazy about him, but he going to bat. Going to bat. Exactly. Brandon is a threat to Wack's program. Yeah. Yeah, and Wack know that. Because Brandon's gonna be able to say some things against Wack, get Adam thinking about some things different, when Wack is trying to make sure he programs Adam's brain to operate the way he wants him to. He only want Adam to do the things he feel, but then say, man, this is your place. I'm just asking. You know, you ain't got to do it. Sound like some old lame dude saying something. This is your place. The manipulation. Peer pressure, but on another level. He want to peer pressure him to do it, but then say, man, this is your place and, you know, you ain't got to do it, but he was here for you when everybody left, and don't forget that, and oh man. So if he gets Adam to bring the boy back, right? Wack is going to try to put the boy in a like headlock, whereas though, man, I got your job back. Now, another person to agree with him whenever he's wrong. Appreciate that, AJ. Invisible diapers in local stores now. Yeah. Let me see. Shows how much of a snake Wack is. Certified snake, man. Certified. Certified snake, man. Blue chicken. Some people was mean to blue chicken, so I bought out Respect the Blue Lady. All right, that's a good one. Respect the Blue Lady. Wack wants suspect back so he has leverage over suspect to say, I got you your job back, and use suspect as his crash dummy. Yeah. That's what it is. You know it. You know, Wack try to line his troops up that way. So he can say, I did this for you. Now, you got to operate for me. I put work in. I went to bat for you. And he's probably telling him already, man, I'm going to get you your job back. Don't worry about it. Let me talk to Adam. Let me work on him. I got you. Don't worry about nothing. I'm going to work on Adam. And I'm going to get you back in there. Just give me a little second. I can see that now. You know. And if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, man, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. I can see that now. You know. And Wack probably trying to manage the little nigga too. You know Wack got a trick up his sleeve. We see that. Wack gonna put the battery in the kid back. Like you always do. Adam is smart and plays dumb to Wack, but Adam ain't gonna let Wack step on his toes and take over his show. Adam can easily say, get on the Wack. Man, Adam ain't saying nothing to Wack though. Adam letting Wack do whatever he want to do, man. Wack get the whining. Come on, Adam. Respectfully, man, it's your show. He tells Adam that I'm not bigger than this program. Like, when you hear Wack talk, it's like a little bitch talking. The way he talks to Adam is straight, totally different. It's like a little bitch. Come on, Adam, man. You know, I ain't bigger than your program. It's your show. So this is how he plays on Adam. Where he makes it like I'm like, you know, puppy waving at you. So Adam will feel like it's stroking his ego, and he's, I guess, soft to it. Because goddamn, it worked every time. You know what I mean? Every time. Wack wants so badly to be in Adam's shoes. Yeah. Yeah. He really feel like it's their show. He really feel like it's their show. He said, Loose Cannon 2.0. He said, plus suspect in Trap News beefing, but Trap News beef with Wack. So Wack wants him for that too. Will there be justice for Marciano? We pushing for it. Just imagine if this was the situation and it was Act. Man, it's like he run over these dudes. Straight over them. He started off saying it was a partnership. He be capping. You know, definitely be capping. Then they tell you, yo, I ain't bigger than this program. I ain't bigger than the program. The mental games, man. Yeah, Adam, you know, respectfully, man. I know it's your show, and you know, but then turn around and say, our building. You ain't paid rent, mortgage one time, but it's our building. Yeah, like people like that, man, you don't go here somewhere, it ain't no our. Give up some of this mortgage. Then we can say ours. Ain't no ours. Straight up. Dudes is crazy. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, man. And share this live. You know, Wack always trying to manipulate a situation. And, you know, the shit is like self-explanatory. We can all see this shit. He said, we. Nah, nigga, this is my shit. Word. I'm like, I can't get jiggy with that shit. Motherfucker around me keep saying, you know, our building, and you bringing all the heat, but you don't want to hold no responsibility. Like, you got to hold some of the responsibility at least. Let me, when it get hot, nigga, let you be accountable too. Because you brought all the beef here. Straight up. You brought all the beef here. So you gotta be held accountable. You the one that has all this bullshit surrounded around the building. You know? Ain't nobody gonna forget about what happened outside of No Jumper, man. Nobody. I don't care how much they want to talk about other shit. Ain't nobody forgetting about that. At all. Nobody. You know what I mean? He said Wack can't pay his own damn rent. Can't pay his own rent, but it's our building. You know, bring our guy back to our building. Man, Wack done made the building straight on fire. Wack also claims a hood that he's not welcomed in. Definitely does that. Definitely. He said, you got a cold, master. We sick. I mean, I know that hit Adam. He was thinking, master house ain't your house. You're just a little house nigga. Use him all the time. Straight use him all the damn time. Justice for Marciano J. Reed. If you haven't already hit the subscribe button, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button for me too. Let's get the likes up. In the building, hit that like button for me. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, man. The line is open. Let me know how y'all feel about it, man. Let me know. You can call in. You know I appreciate all y'all, and that's a fact. Let me know how y'all feel, man. Wack think he got it all figured out. I tell you that. He think he got it all figured out. He say, listen, I'ma play on Adam the way I play on him. And I'm gonna be able to run any narrative I want up here. He said, I got Lush's job back. It was 50 gang members up here. They said, F me, F you. And, you know, I got Lush's job back. Shit crazy. He said he keep trying to tell Adam what to do. No 4 extra fights with Plumber. Now he's saying no 4 extra fight with Plumber with King Pill. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
They made me change my motherfucking name to respect the blue lady. I was Blue Chicken. You got some people in your chat to be fucking with me, and I'm on their ass, but I'm gonna be respectful because it's your platform. But I'm saying, baby, I'm so proud to be a part of your platform that's growing and everything. You at 18K now? Where you at? You at 20?
18.6 and some change on the way to 18.7.
Nigga, send my shit so I can take pictures and then send it over there to your little thing you got going on. I'll text it over there. That's what it is. I'll text it over there. I'm gonna text you. I'm gonna put my children down. We're gonna put our shit on, and we're gonna be happy.
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm hoping you have it by your birthday, but your birthday on the 6th. And is that a Thursday?
That's Friday.
Oh yeah, well you should have it by Friday. Yeah, you should have it by Friday.
Even if I don't have it by then, I just want you to know that I appreciate you. Anybody that got anything to say about me, match what I did.
Yeah, listen, you snapped. And I told the chat. I said Blue Chicken snapped on the merch. Yes, she did. And donated to the channel. Big facts.
Yeah, I was tired. I'm listening to what you're saying to me. Hear what my body's saying to me, and it shuts me down. It's like, go to sleep. So with that being said, I'm just doing that, baby. But yeah, I changed my name for some people in the chat, and they know who they are. They talking that shit. But
Okay.
I'm all about the shit. Come on. Come by my way. Come see about me. How about that?
Hey, yo, I appreciate you. You know, that's all that matters.
Always, baby. You my baby brother. That's what you are to me. Because you ain't older than me. You my baby brother. So, your big sis, I came in as family, and I showed you. I put my money where my mouth was.
Yes, you did. I gotta agree, baby girl.
All right. Did you take her out and have a good time for her?
Oh, you know, listen, I live life every day, you know. It's all good.
Well, then, with that being said, that's my baby bro right there. We live large over here. We play the life and we live the life. So, shut up, get up, and do what you do, baby.
I appreciate you, Blue Chicken.
All right, baby. So I changed my name. I can't change it back for 14 days. I'm going to change it back to Blue Chicken. But you had some people in your chat that was real disrespectful to me.
When was that?
It was Joker Lab, Suki, the one you went off in on, and then Sunshine. All of them, yeah. Mad disrespectful.
All right, well, listen, the Suki, the one we went off at, that I said somebody, I think RM got them out of there. But, you know, Joker Lab, I don't know why. What was they saying when you called in or something?
No, Joker Lab a long way back called me a racist.
Oh.
and then he said my president called the people aliens. No, they're illegal aliens. That's the correct term for them. That's what it was when I was coming up, and I'm 55 until I turned 56 on the 6th, but it was illegal aliens. He be in his feelings all the time. He be mad disrespectful.
Yeah, well, you know, don't pay him no mind, baby. Listen.
I don't, but shoot his ass to the moon. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I just want to say I'm so proud with what you're doing. I told you, you got a mission. God has put you in the forefront for this mission for Mr. Marciano and Jay Reed. Jay Reed good, but Mr. Marciano, that's who we more suiting for and sitting for. So with that being said, that's what it is for you. So you still doing everything you supposed to do, baby. I love you, I respect you, and I give you the utmost love and hugs, baby.
I
with
appreciate it. Much love, you hear me?
All right, baby, later.
All right. Man, I appreciate all y'all. Hey, I know RM, you heard what she said. So, you know, if they get out of pocket, you got to let them know. Hold up. That's Blue Chicken. Hold up. You know, Blue Chicken, good people. Yeah, she all right with me. And that's a fact. And hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button for me, too. Yeah. Man, let me know how y'all feel. The line is open, man. Let me know how y'all feel. Yeah, because we all see what it is. You know, we all see what it is. Let me know how y'all feel. Facts. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you called in from. What's going on, my brother?
It's Jay from the East Coast.
What's going on, Jay?
Hey, they running a play, SB.
They running the play?
Yeah. Wack needs some good press, right?
Uh-huh.
So they feel as though they bring the guy back, make Wack look good, like he has some kind of influence, like he has some kind of pull, you know, give Wack a good look, you know, because they rehearse the show. They talk about everything that they're gonna talk about before they come out on the platform.
Yeah.
So all that was already discussed before they came out there. So now they come out there to run the play.
Okay, so you said that was all the play. They gonna bring the boy back anyway.
50-50. But I would bet on yes.
Okay, so yeah, it's a possibility. You know, Wack want to make it look like he saved the day and brought the boy back, and
yeah, because he even told Adam he needed bad. He needs some good press bad.
that's what it is.
That's what I think. Wack needs some good press because it's all bad for him right now.
Yeah, I think Wack, he don't care though if it's bad, good. The way he been operating, he don't care, man. Cause it's like he think he untouchable.
Well, he has some immunity. Yeah, he does.
That's what it looked like too, don't it?
Yeah. But you know, like we spoke before, that violence thing that takes the immunity off the table.
All the way off the table.
Yeah. So now you know he's exposed.
Yeah, it's definitely out there about him, and he ain't looking, you know, too hot lately. You know, he looked like he bothered, but then he trying to act like he not.
Yeah, but he needs to put some points on the board.
You said he gotta put some points on the board.
Bad.
Shit ain't putting no number up right now, huh?
Yeah, he's definitely losing.
Yeah, them people, they want to see some action.
Yeah. So I don't know, but it's all a play.
Hey, brother, you know I appreciate your input on it, though. You hear me?
All right, SB, be cool, bro.
Appreciate you, my brother.
Later.
Man, call in, let me know how you feel, man. Where y'all at, man? Let me know how you feel. What it do, what the business is. Is it all a play or what? Is it all a play or what? Yeah. You see, Wack knows his days are numbered. And he's gonna really be the content. Super fly. You say you can't be touched when you running from people on the streets. You hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. You know, hit that like button and hit that subscribe button. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, hit that subscribe button. Facts. You know? Let me see here. Yeah. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
It's Mel G from Cleveland. What up, D's?
What's going on, Mel G, my brother?
Not much. I think the whole show is a damn play at this point.
The
Everybody
whole show.
Yeah. You got Adam coming to the East Coast, locking niggas up. You got Wack trying to get somebody trying to murder somebody back his job. Everybody just saving face or trying to create content. It's like they in scramble mode. You know?
Yeah, look like it, don't it?
Yeah, everybody thirsty for some type of content because it's falling off. Like the numbers was already going low, and y'all catching real cases up there. Like it's not content no more. People going to prison. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. That shit we seen up there was out of pocket.
Yeah. Who want to play like that on camera? You pulled a knife on this man. Like, come on, man.
And then act like you didn't.
Exactly. You see, the whole screen went black because they ain't want to put that out there on camera. Everything else could be on camera, the spitting and everything. But as soon as the knife come out, everything go black. Like you fighting for content because you ain't got none. You know?
Yeah, and they willing to go to
that
great
far.
lengths. Yeah.
But Adam, in the middle of the hood, anything can happen. Drive-bys and everything for some content. Come on, man. You scrambling. Something wrong.
And the thing is if somebody end up losing their life up there,
Yeah.
shit gonna be deep.
Because the last thing, what you got somebody getting paralyzed outside.
Yeah.
That's a smart Ciano. Now you got people pulling knives out on the inside. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it just looked like it's just bad for business.
The environment, man, and it's crazy that, you know, it's all niggas, man. It's just crazy.
Niggas. Right? I'm not black people. I'm talking about niggas. Like,
niggas.
You feel me? So no, I think everything up there play. They just saving face I think Adam already hop ship. He already planning his next move. For real. He 10 steps ahead. You pay attention. He really don't care no more. He just trying to save face for himself.
It might be that.
Yeah. Well, that's just my input. You know, I had to call in for you.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
That's all.
Yeah, man. Let me know what y'all think. Let me know, man. The line is open. Let me know what you think, man. Is Adam gonna move locations and ain't telling nobody what it is? Is he about to move the location and ain't telling nobody, man? Because that could be a possibility. You know, Adam could be like, man, we getting up out of here anyway. You know, it done got hot. We done already seen Adam do a couple streams himself. Like he ready to take it back to the essence, to the grind, you know. Like he ready to take it back to the grind. Superfly, that was Mel G. Yeah. Hit that like button, man. If you in the building, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button, man. It don't hurt nothing. And the line is open. Y'all can call in. Let me know how y'all feel about it. So I think Adam about to dip. Yeah. Adam working too. Let me see. He about to get his DJ Vlad style shit on. Possibility too. Get straight on his DJ Vlad shit. And what do you think? Get behind the camera. It's a lot going on though at No Jumper, man. No Jumper just look real messy. On some real shit. No Jumper just look messy. Straight up. You said Adam might be headed to New Jersey with old soft ass act. Possibility. MX Laker girl. Laker girl in the building and we going up. Salute DZ and the fam. I appreciate you, MX Laker girl. Facts. He said Adam been running in these hoods with these bloods. My brother said he met him. Shit getting deep. I see 607 been on all the time. You know, Adam know people watch 607 on. He grabbed him straight up. Let me see. Miss Mary, what's poppin'? He said maybe he needs to make amends with Jim Jones and try New York No Jumper. Man, I don't think Jim Jones gonna ever make amends with Wack. You know, because I know if I was Jim Jones, I wouldn't. I'm just being real. I know if I was Jim Jones, there'd be no way that I want to make amends with Wack. Because you done went to that extent, and I know you a snake. I know you working. Nah. That's just me. I wouldn't want to do it, man. I want to stay far away from him. For real, for real. He said No Jumper is feeling the wrath. You know what I'm saying? Fam, still working but listening to one more hour. Okay, MX Laker girl. Let me see. Peekaboo, I'm back. Kia. Let me see. Adam is thinking academics and Vlad don't have these problems. He's going solo. That could be, because we know damn well the problems that Adam got with all these gang members. Definitely Vlad and Act, they don't got it at all. Prayers for Michelle Hamlin. Prayers for Michelle. Prayers for Michelle. He said, if I was Jimmy, I wouldn't even want to fade. Hell no. Hell no. He said, like someone said, Adam may be looking to go to the East Coast, so he's making sure he's good and protected. He definitely wants to get away from CS2. Yeah. Cause how Wack go up here and do this podcast every week. If Adam had that shit on the East Coast, I doubt Wack would go up there every week. That motherfucker gonna do it on the screen. Allison, appreciate the super chat. Yeah. Appreciate the super chat. Unfortunately, everyone has a price. He said, my cousin in NY in New York Brim. He said a lot of niggas won't feeling that Adam shit. Man, I bet they wasn't. You breaking the cameras to the hood, and the hood ain't benefit from that. All y'all did was just put the information out there. Bringing the cameras to the hood ain't helped the hood one bit at all. All it did was put a big eye. You know, you just gave it, whereas though the feds got the footage to look at from you putting it out there. Yeah. That's it. Shit crazy. Yeah, man. That's all they doing is putting the motherfucking footage out there. Feds looking at everything. Bobby Smurder just said too damn much. He definitely said too much. He was out there tripping. That shit come back and bite his ass. You said, can I ask why Wack hasn't been picked up yet? What I see, Wack got unfinished business and he just real cocky. Wack, he gotta be working, man. And it's like what we see, he gotta be working, and for him to not even care. It's like it looked like he don't even care. You know, his movements is like he don't even care. Yeah, I mean, he said, I'm confused. Even if the FBI must be sick of his shit. I would think they would be sick of it too. All this violence, all the violence that we see surrounded around Wack, and he don't even care. Not one bit. Not one bit. You said Wack doesn't come to Compton. AJ, he better not go to Compton. Shit, he better not go to Compton. He better not go to Compton. This is theirs. It's gonna be somebody that want to see. They really letting us know that the police department at no jumper. They really letting us know that the police department is at no jumper. Ain't that something? It's the station. You know what I mean? It's the station. The wheels on the bus go round and round. He said, Michelle B., all of loose federal paperwork sealed until they pick up Wack and the IBM. They definitely got everything sealed though. Everything. Everything is sealed. That's crazy though. Everything's sealed like that. That is crazy. Let me see. Let's see what we got here. Everything's sealed. Let me see here. Everything. They seal everything up there. Let me see. Let's see if they had anything new going on. Let's see if we see anything new going on. Hell no. Hell no. They ain't put nothing new up. Put not a damn thing new up. They just gathering shit. He said that's why Big U want to represent himself in court, because they had to show them what witnesses they have and who is talking, so he knows how to defend himself. Yeah. Because if he got a lawyer, they definitely gonna keep things from him. People got to understand that. When you got a lawyer, you know, the lawyer's supposed to do certain things, but the lawyer's a court-appointed attorney. They cool with the prosecutors, the judge. They all be working together, man. They all be working together, man. And they be having discussions. Even though they ain't supposed to talk about certain things, they still be talking. Yeah. Even though we know they ain't supposed to talk about certain things, they sit down and be rapping. Straight up. Let me see if they put something on Big U joint. Hold on. They had a reply to the motion. Let me see. Related. Let's see the reply to the motion. This for Big U shit. Alright, they had a reply to Big U's motion. Let's see what we got here, y'all. Reply to Big U's motion. Let's see what we got here. Apply brief in support of the motion of defendant Michael Bender and Courtney Seals to to dismiss plaintiff's First Amendment complaint. I thought this was Big U shit. Hold on. I thought this was Big U shit. What the hell is this? Let me see. I thought this was Big U shit. I hit the wrong one. Let me see. I hit the wrong one. Let's see what we got here. So we seen the motion to withdraw attorney. I think we already seen that one. Yeah, but they ain't got no new developments. No new developments at all. And Loose Cannon done got, quiet. Shit ain't the same. His run is over. You know what I mean? Loose Cannon's run is over. Wack done said, we ain't saying nothing about Loose no more. It's over. That run Loose had, that fresh in run, because Loose had a little run fresh in the jail. Everybody was checking for him. Everybody wanted to hear what he had to say, but that motherfucker's over. Yeah, that motherfucker's over. Yeah, that run is over. SBGB TV, live call-in show. State your name, you called in from.
What's up, Daisy? This is Mel G one more time.
Yes, sir.
This topic I hit home for me. I just want to drop a couple seeds about the case and stuff with Big U. Because when I fought my case, you got to be smart. All it play like a political game. So what I did was, after I got my judge, it's public information, found out what college they went to, what year they graduated, and then went and found a lawyer that went to school with her and hired her and beat my case. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
They friends, man. I'm telling you, that's how the game go.
You right about that. I like that idea.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I swear to God, I beat my case. They had me dead to right. I beat my shit, probation. I ain't gonna say what I caught my case for, but you know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
I beat it. Yeah, I'm telling you, you gotta play their game.
I like the way you said that. You gave me something to think about. You found an attorney.
When you get your case, you know what I'm saying? You get your judge, find out what college they went to, look up the year they graduated. Go to the little law shit, see who went to school with them, who a lawyer. Okay, they in the same year, they graduated the same year, go hire her or him.
Yeah, I like that.
Each other, they gonna, what's up? I ain't seen you since college. Oh yeah, well, I'm telling you, nigga, you beating that shit. As long as you pay that paper, you getting up out of there.
I like that one.
All right, though, Diz, I'm gone.
Appreciate that one.
What's up?
Yeah, I like that one. I can agree. I like that one. Find an attorney that went to school with the judge. Yeah. Because they already got a relationship. They was in school together. Yeah. They done did 6 years in schooling together. Yeah. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that one. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button for me too. Hit that like button. I agree with that one. Get sticky. Let me see. Yeah. He said he had spark when he started, but now he just garbage. Yeah, it's over for Loose. It's over. They eat lunch and don't care about you going home to your family. Just take the time and sad. Yeah. They'll definitely throw you away. You know, they'll definitely do that. And don't care at all. Reading is the way. I'm definitely using that info if it's ever needed. Hey, Tone 360, that was a good one. You know, I'd have been to war a few times, but that one there was a good one. It's okay. I like that. Yeah. He said, that's very smart. I really like that. Okay. Got that, King. Yeah, Miss Mary. That was a smart one, Miss Mary. I like that. You know, it's always room to learn something. It's always room to learn something. And that's a fact. Let me see here. Always room to learn something, man. Always. Always. And make sure y'all hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Share this video. Subscribe to the channel. Let me see, y'all. I'm trying to see something here. See, hold up. I'm trying to look something up. You know. Yeah.
Get all of the latest on what
Live now, Fox News. Yeah. Let me see, hold on. 'Cause I think Trump was asked if he would pardon Diddy. I know, I already think that's gonna happen. You know, Diddy get convicted, Trump gonna pardon Diddy, man. I'm telling y'all right now. Diddy get convicted, Trump is gonna pardon Diddy, man. Yes, he is. I can see that happening. I can see it happening. Let's see what we got here.
Get all of the latest on what happened today in the courtroom for Sean Diddy Combs' federal sex trafficking and racketeering trial. We've been relying so heavily on our colleagues at Fox 5 New York to help us tell this story, and Fox 5's Richard Giacobis, reporter there, joins me outside the courthouse with the latest. Richard, so good to see you here. If you could, get us up to speed. What took place today?
You know, the drama and the twists and turns, Andrew, they never seem to end. Week 3 of testimony in this sex trafficking and racketeering trial against Sean Diddy Combs is now in the books, with his former personal assistant, one of them, under the pseudonym Mia, going under cross-examination for the first time in her testimony, her second day on the stand. And while she was on the stand, she says that her trauma brain often wins over her logic brain. The former female assistant testifying, claiming she was physically and sexually abused by Combs. Today, Mia answered questions as to why she worked for Combs for so long and why she did things like make scrapbooks for his birthday, despite the alleged abuse. Mia saying, quote, "I was young and manipulated and eager to survive. I'm unraveling a lot of this now in therapy," she went on to say. She also said she thought making Combs a scrapbook would make him happy. The assistant also worked under Combs for 8 years, testifying she was sexually assaulted by the rapper just a few months into her employment and multiple times throughout the years she worked for him. The defense...
I'm taking that dollar to the dime. I'm taking a dollar to the dime. You know, I want to get to, let me see, make sure I got the right video. Yeah, I say that on here. I'm hoping it, you know, I'm trying to see if it's on here. Hold up. Yeah, hold on. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it, y'all. Trump was asked if he would pardon Diddy, and, you know, let's listen to the response. Let's check these responses.
Were to be convicted here. This was his answer. Let's listen.
But back when you hosted The Apprentice, you mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening. And I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, he sort of, that relationship busted up from what I read. I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. You know, it's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So I can't, it's not a popularity contest. So, I don't know, I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
Okay, so wanted to let you listen.
That right there lets you know Trump gonna pardon him, and I do think he gonna do it at the end of his term. On his way out of office, he gonna go ahead, drop a bombshell. Because he said, I don't care if he don't like me or not. If I feel like he was mistreated, I'm gonna pardon him. And, you know, Diddy did some bad things in violence, but the Rico, what they trying to crush him for, that there is like convict the man of hitting on them women. Yeah, he hit them women. He wrong. He was wrong for that. But damn, the Rico, that right there messy. Straight up. Trump fuck around and pardon a couple people, you know, that done went down. If he get Diddy, he gonna fuck around and get Harvey Weinstein too. That's the crazy thing. You know, if he get Diddy, he gonna get Harvey Weinstein. He gonna shake the world up. The government gonna be pissed. All the work they done put in, them prosecutors. You know, they done, Trump done pardoned NBA Youngboy. And Utah upset about that. Yeah. Utah upset about that. Yeah. Utah definitely upset about that one. They ain't feeling that one at all. They out there putting that work in, and Trump handing them pardons out, not caring.
Just into the Fox.
And not caring at all. It's bigger than Nino Brown.
13 newsroom, Louisiana rap artist NBA Youngboy says he's been pardoned by President Trump after being sentenced by a Utah judge to 2 years in federal prison on gun-related charges last November. The rapper, whose real name is Kentrell Galden, announced on social media he is among several people pardoned by the president this week. Last year, Galden acknowledged having possessed weapons despite being a convicted felon. He reached an agreement to resolve all state charges against him and pleaded guilty to 2 federal charges.
So I'm wondering, right, if NBA Youngboy has any state felonies already, because with them cases that he just had that was state felonies, I guess they dropped them to plead guilty to the federal felonies, and then he did a little bit of time. I think what he did, like a year and some change, and then got out, and right after he got out, got the pardon. He wasn't even on probation that long. Just got out. Shit, you know, that paper, man. That paper. I don't think we gonna ever see this like this. Trump done got loose in there, man. I don't think we gonna see this like this again. I don't think we gonna see it like this. Cause Trump, he was letting white and black people get pardons. I ain't even gonna lie. Both ends, you know, both ends. He gave a little to the black, gave a little to the white, going crazy. You said Trump probably went to his party. It's a possibility. It's a possibility Trump was at the parties. It definitely was a possibility. Definitely. You see. Definitely. Yeah, definitely a possibility. Trump pardoned somebody else too.
And welcome.
Trump been giving them pardons out. Yeah. But you know, people gotta take them time that he did this and make value of it. You know, some people probably gonna give it back, but you know, this the time you got to take that and make value.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do have some breaking news. The theme of the last 2 days seems to be pardons and commutations and mercy. Well, now we're hearing from President Donald Trump issuing yet another pardon for Silk Road founder Ross Ulbricht here. I want to put this up, the Trump War Room, with the screen grab of the Truth Social post. President Trump saying this: I just called the mother of Ross William Ulbricht, he says Albright there, to let her know that in honor of her and the libertarian movement, which supported me so strongly, it was my pleasure to have just signed a full and unconditional pardon of her son, Ross. The scum that worked to convict him were some of the same lunatics who were involved in the modern-day weaponization of government against me. He was given 2 life sentences plus 40 years. Ridiculous. So, if you're not familiar with the case of Ross Ulbricht, let's remind you and get you up to speed. Now, remember, Trump made good on this campaign pledge to end the imprisonment of Ulbricht. Ulbricht is 40 years old. It began with his arrest in 2013. in what became a landmark U.S. prosecution launched only a few years after the emergence of cryptocurrency. So reading from the piece just put up there in Reuters, he was serving a life sentence after being convicted of running an underground online marketplace that was used by thousands of drug dealers and others to conduct over $200 million worth of illicit sales using Bitcoin. So his arrest brought to an end what prosecutors described as a global black market bazaar that for 2 years, starting in 2011, had been used by more than 100,000 people to buy and sell $214 million worth of illegal drugs and other illicit services. Prosecutors said Albrecht ran Silk Road under the alias called Dread Pirate Roberts. That was a reference to a character in the 1987 movie The Princess Bride. And prosecutors said he took extreme steps to protect the marketplace's operation. Those steps, prosecutors said, included soliciting the murders of several people who posed a threat, though they also said no evidence exists that any murders were actually carried out. So a federal jury in Manhattan back in February 2015, now almost a decade ago, found him guilty of charges including distributing drugs through the internet and conspiring to commit computer hacking and money laundering. Now, when Trump was candidate, Trump last summer, he was invited and addressed and spoke to the Libertarian Political Convention there in Washington, D.C., and he vowed to pardon Ross Ulbricht on day one of his administration if he were elected. Of course, this is day two, and he is following up on that campaign promise. I think it's interesting. I want you to hear the crowd's reaction when Trump made that campaign promise, speaking to so many libertarians. Let's listen.
And if you vote for me on day one, I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served.
One thing we can say, Trump said the shit he was going to do, and, you know, people still voted for him. I'm going to pardon this person. And he pardoned the motherfucker. Man, I think, though, after a certain amount of time, man, people deserve another shot. That life in jail, damn, life, you know, that shit there. I think the feds go overboard with some of the time they giving out, like with certain situations. I think you should be able to get another chance. You know, not just straight killing you. You should be able to get another chance, man. Yeah, Trump ain't playing, though. Trump is not playing. I ain't gonna lie. Everybody talked about sheriff convicted of fraud. He straight pardoned jokers left and right.
President Donald Trump has pardoned yet another.
He pardoned another person. Trump ain't playing. Hey, he doing shit. Man, he might pardon Diddy before he get the hell out of the office. I'm sitting here thinking this. He might pardon Diddy before he get out of there.
Who found himself in hot water with the law. We're talking about former Virginia Sheriff Scott Jenkins. He was convicted on fraud and bribery charges in March, sentenced to 10 years in prison. Well, a jury found him guilty of deputizing businessmen in exchange.
Damn, he just got convicted in March? He ain't do nothing but a couple months.
For cash in his county, but instead, President Trump's pardon power makes Jenkins a free man. In fact, in a Truth Social post, Trump called Jenkins a victim of the Biden administration, claiming he was persecuted by the left. He went on to say the former sheriff does not deserve to serve a single day in jail. And let's keep this in mind. Jenkins is the latest pardon that Trump has given to loyal supporters. In April, Mr. Trump pardoned embattled Nevada Republican Michelle Fiore, who was awaiting sentencing on federal charges that she used money meant for
Michelle B, I appreciate the membership. We definitely appreciate you. Facts. Yeah, Trump in there stepping too.
for a statue honoring a slain police officer instead for personal items, including plastic surgery. So let's bring in Glenn Thrush. He's the Washington correspondent for the New York Times covering the Justice Department. Glenn, what more can you tell us specifically about the Jenkins case and what made President Donald Trump push the button, get out the pen, and pardon him?
Well, let me give you a little breaking news here. My colleague, Ken Vogel.
C. Graf. That's definitely a possibility. That right there, definitely a possibility, man. Because Trump letting them pardons go. He letting them go, man. You know, it's a time for the people that's getting the pardons. But, you know, I know it's people that are down like, damn, I had to go down at the wrong time. Because Trump handing them joints out like candy. Like straight candy.
Vogel just reported on a third pardon. A former health executive named Paul Walsack, who was just pardoned for a series of tax crimes after his mother lobbied for his pardon and raised millions of dollars for Trump's campaign. What we're seeing here, to put it really bluntly, is Trump and company redefining criminality. These are not people who are sort of marginal. We're not talking about, for instance, J6 rioters who sort of lingered outside the building, as some in Trump's camp have argued. We're talking about people who committed gross crimes. The Culpeper County Sheriff Jenkins gave away deputy sheriff's badges for thousands of bucks. There are two FBI, including to two FBI undercover agents. Fiore, as you pointed out, apparently used money that was raised for a statue, a memorial for a fallen police officer for her own personal use. And this guy Walsack, who my colleague Ken Vogel just wrote about, used tax proceeds, stuff that was supposed to go to the government, to fund this extravagant lifestyle. So to be very clear here, the President of the United States, who ran on a law and order platform, is essentially saying these are people who committed crimes, but they didn't commit crimes because they were loyal to me in one way or another.
Well, and you mentioned Michelle Fiore as one of those that the president has pardoned those supporters. Michelle Fiore, if our national audience is not familiar with her, she made national headlines before this latest bump with the law by having a Christmas card where she appeared with an arsenal of weapons, children also in that Christmas card. I covered her for many years in Nevada. Also know that she was very much an advocate for seeing January 6 rioters pardoned as well, and in many cases, those also happen. What does this say at large to the citizenry about how President Trump sees the justice system?
Well, it says that certain crimes are apparently okay. And again, like this, I'm not editorializing here. These people committed crimes. They were first, they were indicted by federal grand juries in some instances in which evidence was presented, and they were convicted by a jury of their peers. These are not people. These are not people who are blameless under the law, who were persecuted. And by the way, this notion that the Biden Justice Department weaponized to go after Jenkins, for instance, is total nonsense. I mean, this guy committed clear acts of.
Hey, man. Being as though Trump pardoning shit like he pardoned right now, the government might hold off on their indictments until this nigga get up out of there. I'm seeing it's like different. They might hold off on these indictments on some of these people that might have the ability to get to Trump, you know. And you know, you see Big U, Pitbull was popping. You see Big U, right? he done threw out there about trying to get Trump to pardon him. The government threw out there that he called him the orange man. You know, the government threw out there that he called the president the orange man. But Trump said, man, listen, if I think he was wrong, if I don't think he was wrong, no matter if he don't like me or not, you know, Trump shaking shit up, man. He's shaking shit up, man.
Bribery, and this was a non-partisan case. But again, as you pointed out, this gets back to sort of the original act of the Trump administration. Let's not forget, the first big thing that Trump did on day one was to issue blanket clemency for the Capitol rioters. And again, as I've said before, some of these, there was a sense even from folks who prosecuted that towards the end, some of the final prosecution of people who committed lesser offenses, should absolutely everybody have gone to trial? No. But Trump didn't differentiate. And the most violent, aggressive people who ransacked the Capitol were also pardoned. And one last thing. Who is the pardon attorney right now? It is Ed Martin, the former interim U.S. attorney in Washington, D.C., who wasn't able to get confirmed by the Senate over concerns that he was too close to the J6 rioters, and he is now the pardon attorney in the Department of Justice.
Of course, the big question is for voters what to do with this information as you start to see the patterns. Glenn Thrush of the New York Times, thank you so much for joining us on.
Man, Trump shaking shit up. Trump shaking shit up. Yeah, he's shaking shit up. Facts. Yeah, he's shaking shit up. I ain't gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. Yeah, he's shaking shit straight up. Yeah. Trump pardon. Let me see.
Meanwhile, the president continues to...
Hold up. Trump pardon. This shit he ain't playing.
The list includes a former New York congressman who pleaded guilty to felony tax evasion, a former Connecticut governor found guilty of obstructing justice, a rapper known as NBA Youngboy who pleaded guilty to possessing weapons as a felon, and former Chicago gang leader Larry Hoover. Hoover, considered one of the most notorious criminals in Illinois history, has been serving multiple life sentences since the 1970s. The move is not expected, though, to set him free. He has more than 100 years left to serve on state murder charges in Illinois that presidential clemency cannot erase. Let's bring in NBC News national law.
Larry Hoover been down since 1973. Damn! 1973. And caught more charges while he was in there. Said he got more than 100 years. I think when they said his release date was 2066. Yeah, something he can't do. I think what they say about 70, when he was born in 1950. I think it said November 1950. So 74, he'd be 75. He ain't got another 40 in him. He ain't got another 40 in him.
Enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter. Tom, good morning. So much to talk about, so many names here. But let's start with Larry Hoover. You've been doing some reporting on this, part of a campaign by Kanye West, in part, to get him out of jail, also from Chicago, to get Larry Hoover out of jail. Why the focus on this guy? And just for the benefit of our viewers, who he is and why he is so notorious?
Well, I think, just the fact that you mentioned that he's been referred to in federal court as one of the most notorious criminals in Illinois history. I am duty-bound to remind you that Al Capone once ran the Chicago outfit. So that's the level of criminality that we've seen in Illinois over the years. This individual has been called by federal prosecutors the leader of the gangster disciples. He's referred to as the chairman of the board, as the king, and he's somebody who led this gang, which they have alleged and have convicted on the fact that they ran the drug trade in Chicago from the early 1970s until his indictment in federal court in 1995, making $100 million of profit per year. Most of that went to him and his family, they say. By the way, he ran a significant portion of this time period when he was running this gang was while he was in state prison on that murder charge that you just referenced there, the same one that he's going to go back to state prison now. They said he's the heralded leader still of the gangster disciples while he's been at a federal jail known as Florence 80X. That's the most secure jail facility in the United States, if not the world. That's where the U.S. sends Dzhokhar Tsarnaev. Richard Reed, the shoe bomber, El Chapo is there, just to give you a sense of the security measures that take place. And yet he's still somebody who they say remains the heralded leader of this community. And so what's going to happen now when he goes back to state prison, the same state prison where they say he ran the drug trade? Now, he might not do anything criminal, but they do note that according to the Bureau of Prisons Intelligence, he has not renounced his ties to the gang. He has not renounced his gang affiliation. And that's something that they typically look for when considering these types of things, as far as, is this somebody who's given up that life, given up that code? And they're saying in their filings, federal prosecutors, that that's not the case. There's an impact here, Willie, right? And there's an impact obviously on Hoover, but there's an impact on the victims of these crimes. And they're not alleged crimes, they were convicted by a jury in court. So what does this mean to the black community? Justice Department is currently trying to charge Eugene Henley, Big U, out of Los Angeles on a 43-count Rico indictment. Murder is alleged there. All sorts of racketeering is alleged there. We know from the indictment, from our own reporting, that there are very high-profile members of the hip-hop and athletic community, the NBA community specifically in that case, that were victims of his crime. Those individuals we have tried to talk to for the last several months. I never do this. I never talk about the type of reporting that we're doing before we actually are ready with it. They are scared to talk. So when you look at the Hoover case, what type of message is that sending when you're saying this is somebody who led this criminal gang for approximately 25 years, made all this money, charged with all these crimes, going back to state prison for murder, and yet he gets a look from the White House, and they're paying attention to Kanye West, who first started talking about this in that infamous Oval Office appearance in 2018.
So let's remember this president in this term began.
Hey, yo, they talking about Big U in here, right? If Trump pardoned Big U, Wack gonna shit a brick. Wack gonna shit a brick. You done put all that work in to get that man. If they pardon Big U, Trump snapping right now, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Trump is snapping. Trump is snapping. He done went against the norm all the way around the board. And he flexing his authority heavy. Heavy. We ain't seen it like this before. We have not seen it like this.
By emptying the jails of January 6 convicts, letting them out. But that was because he believed they were out there defending him on January 6. What is the benefit to the president to let Larry Hoover have his sentence commuted? Again, he'll still be in jail, but why? Why would the president do this?
I think that's the big question this morning. And I think, is this because of Kanye West and his, the influence that he's had, the fact that he came out speaking on behalf of Trump? Is this something that he has some sort of sway? Is this part of a larger thing in the hip hop community? There was a benefit concert that was held for Larry Hoover involving Drake, James Prince, a founder of Rap-A-Lot Records out of Houston, Texas. Again, another big time individual, not somebody who's been charged federally, but somebody who in that community is quite well known. And so what are the involvement of all of these hip hop stars for somebody who has such a documented history? We're not talking about somebody who's grabbed jumping over a turnstile with a small bag of drugs. We're not talking about a low-level offender. This is somebody who, again, they've called the, quote, chairman of the board. That's how he's referenced in a gang that still very much is active in federal prisons. And the question is, will this continue in just overall the message that you're sending to the victims in this community?
In some ways, I'm just going to give you this soundbite, John, and then you can take it to Barbara.
Man, Trump flexing. He like, man, I'm pardoning people. I think the system is doing people wrong. They done messed with Trump. They done sent all kinds of forces at Trump. Trump snapping back. Then got all his shit wiped out. You know, people were saying he convicted of a felony and 34 counts. Man, Trump went to war. This is the thing about going to trial too, man. You got to go all the way. Man. Go all the way. Fuck it. Go all the way. Trump went all the way, man. Go all the way. Don't get scared. A lot of people get real shook. Diddy number is 50 mil. Man, I think Trump gonna get Diddy, man. Straight up. Because when you look at Diddy's case, you know, you see some abuse in there. But you see, old freaky ass dude. He was a freaky ass dude. And Diddy willing to drop that check. Diddy willing to drop that check.
The president talking yesterday about Governor Gretchen Whitmer and the men who are convicted of attempting to kidnap her, floating the idea that he might grant them pardons too.
I'm going to look at it. I will take a look at it. It's been brought to my attention. I did watch the trial. It looked to me like somewhat of a railroad job. I'll be honest with you. It looked to me like some people said some stupid things. You know, they were drinking, and I think they said stupid things. But I'll take a look at that. And a lot of people are asking me that question from both sides, actually. A lot of people think they got railroaded. A lot of people think they got railroaded.
So, Barbara McQuaid, we see now a pattern, of course, from President Trump that he's inclined to use the pardon or commutation powers for those who have been supportive and helpful to him. That includes former Congressman Michael Grimm here in New York. And now we have this moment in your home state in Michigan where these men were threatened to tie up, kidnap the governor of Michigan, the sitting governor. And Trump is now suggesting that people on both sides of the aisle, I think we can cast some doubt on that, are suggesting that this was unfair and this was a miscarriage of justice, you know, akin to, someone said to me yesterday, some of the January 6th rioters who, again, also were committing acts of violence in Trump's name. What is your reaction to him floating this possibility to using his powers to help those who convicted of trying to kidnap the governor of the state of Michigan?
Yeah, I think it's an appalling effort to normalize political violence. Some things to know about that comment. Number one, he said he watched the trial. He most certainly didn't watch the trial because federal court trials are not televised. So perhaps he watched some coverage of the trial. Some additional facts, he said that they said some stupid things. Maybe so. But in addition, there was evidence presented in that case that they created a fake shoot house, that they trained on extricating the governor from her shoot house and separating her from her security detail. And they surveilled the underside of a bridge that connects her home with the police department in an effort to avoid capture. So those additional facts were not known. The other thing that I think is important to remember here is the reason, the motive that these men had that was presented at trial was that they wanted to retaliate against her for her COVID shutdown orders. During that time, you may recall, Governor Whitmer was in a very public feud with President Trump, who posted online, "Liberate Michigan." And so these men, like those January 6 defendants, were acting in support of Donald Trump's political cause. And so
Trump going at everybody that went at him, man. He don't care who it is. If you went at Trump and you pushed the line on him, on that criminal shit, man, Trump don't care about none of them. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't either. If you went at me to try to kill everything I got going on, put me in jail, all that, because I ran for president, I wouldn't care about him either.
The idea that they would be pardoned or have their sentences commuted really is apart with the January 6th defendants and seems like another effort to normalize political violence so long as you are on the side of President Trump.
And again, with one of the few Democratic leaders who has stood beside President Trump at public ceremonies, certainly would be again, not only disturbing for legal reasons, but for political reasons, very curious.
Hey, run the table. He might get R. Kelly too. Hey, listen, this election right here, you got to think about this too, right? Trump knows Trump is a Gemini. Yeah, Gemini's in the building. You know it. Now, Trump knows that this is it. Ain't no more running for president again. The man gonna be 80-something years old when he get out of here. Our life expectancy is 80. So anything after that is voila, right? Anything after 80 is, hey, man, I'm living. Trump don't care. Like, I'm putting my foot down in the game and I'm going to do what I want. We only get one life. Trump at the end. Man, I ain't caring what y'all talking about. I'm going to do it my way. I'm going to do it my way. When I go, y'all going to talk about me, whether it's good or it's bad. So I'm going to go all the way in. Straight up. And that's how I see it. That's how I see it, man. You know. Whew. AJ, you said I buy Catalina Island and start my own cruise country. Shit getting crazy. Shit getting crazy. Yo. Yeah, Trump snapping right now. I can't even lie. I can't even lie, man. He like, man, I'm doing it my way. You don't like it, you better get out of my way. Shit. If you don't like what I'm doing, you better get out of my way. Let me see here. I don't care what y'all say. If you don't like it, you better get out of my way.
Into some horrific stories about things that have gone on in our system. And whether you believe it or not, because I was you at some point, even though this pardon has happened, I still was convicted of something that I did not do. It could be you. It could be you.
Reality TV star and convicted fraudster Todd Chrisley there, among those getting a flurry of high-profile pardons and commutations from President.
Hey, listen, man. I'm going back for mine in 5 months. I ain't even gonna lie, y'all. I'm applying back for mine in 5 months. You know, I applied for mine almost, it was like a year ago, damn near. Yeah, it was like a year ago. They denied me for no reason. You know, it's been 20 years for me. I ain't had a felony conviction in 20 years. 20 of them now. And they denied me. I know what it was, you know, because I done spanked shit and I was going to war with the lawyer and you know, they done dropped the dime saying don't give it to him, right? But I'm going to go ahead and apply back in 5 months. I'm going to see what they say. But I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I ain't had a felony conviction in 20 years. Furthermore, I ain't got nothing but that from 20 years ago. So, shit real. 20 years now, I deserve a fresh start. And I went to the board, and the board agreed with me. They said, all right, we agree with you. The motherfucking governor said negative. I said, well, that was an inside job. That was inside. That was an inside job. Straight up. Dirty, rotten rascal. But I'm going to try again in a few months. And, you know, hopefully it work out. You know what I mean? I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm in the house all the time anyway. You know, I'm enjoying my house. So, you know, if they give it to me or not, I'm going to enjoy my house. I ain't in the streets. I ain't outside. So, you know, it ain't going to change nothing that I'm doing, but I would love to have that fresh start, you know. And we definitely going to try for it.
President Trump in recent days. The president's pardon czar says Chrisley and his wife were overly sentenced by a weaponized judiciary.
If Kamala was in office, oh my God, Lordy, Lordy. If Kamala was in the office, man, she wouldn't have done nothing for nobody. Think about that. Right now, she turning over. Every morning when she wake up, man, he letting all these people out. She want to send a nigga to jail. She wants you to go to jail. You know what I mean? He said, I beat my case to keep pushing. I'm in the crib all the time anyway. Shit, one. I feel you, Deezy. Word, I'm in the crib. Deezy got to sign up to the Governor's Country Club. Yeah, I got to sign up somewhere. Straight up. You know what I mean? You know, and the crazy thing is, right? They just sent me something in the mail talking about jury duty. Man, I ain't doing no damn jury duty. Straight up. I'm going to call them jokers ASAP. Hold up. I'm going to tell them everybody's innocent. You know what I mean? In my eyes, everybody's innocent. They're going to say, all right, well, we don't need you. Yeah, fuck out of here. Because I'm going there. You sit me on a motherfucking case, they innocent. I'm not sitting there doing that shit. You know what I mean? And then y'all don't want to give me no damn pardon. Fuck out of here. But I don't think I can do it anyway right now, being honest. I don't think I can do it right now, you know, because of the felony that I got. And I only got one charge. I got one charge. One conviction. One felony. Dirty, rotten rascals.
Judicial system. But the list of celebrities and political figures pardoned has critics crying foul. Former felony prosecutor and trial attorney Andrea Lewis joins us now. So the Chrisley case in particular, what do you think of the president's pardons of those two?
Well, it's certainly interesting, John, and it has, you mentioned, it has really caused a lot of criticism and controversy here. Mainly, people are saying, look, this isn't fair. These people are high-profile, wealthy, white people who came out and stole, according to the allegations, over $30 million. And the allegations here don't even appear to be challenged by the Trump administration. No one has come out and said that they were not guilty.
Now she a prosecutor. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Is she a prosecutor? Adrian Lewis, a trial attorney. Is she did they say she was a prosecutor or just a criminal defense attorney?
The administration has said is they were over sentenced. So the critics are saying, well, what is the appropriate sentence then for someone who is?
Yeah, she a prosecutor. She wanna hammer you. That's all they want to do. Straight hammer you. Big Steve. That's all they want to do is hammer you. Man, shit. Fuck that. Rotten rascals.
Allegedly stole over $30 million. If not 7 or 12 years, what is it? And that's where we are with that case.
I want to put up on screen the list of some of the pardons and commutations that the president has issued just within the last week or 10 days.
And all prosecutors, man, they got the same demeanor. They want to send people to jail. That's it. All the prosecutors got the same exact demeanor. They don't care if you're innocent. They want to send you to jail because they don't get rep for you not going to jail. They get all the rep for you going to jail. The conviction. So why would they want to let you off the hook? This is what I said about Kamala. Man, she only wanted to send people to jail. Ain't no way that I was rocking with that. You know, they getting mad at people. If you innocent, they getting mad. Pissed. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from?
Yeah, it's Tone 360, calling from VA.
What's going on with your Tone?
Still same thing. Just want to call in about these pardons, this Trump fiasco.
Yes, sir. Let me know how you feel about it, my brother.
Yeah, well, I'm never gonna knock Trump for pardoning anybody black for whatever. You know what I'm saying? I ain't knocking for that. But we can't get this confused, right? You know, he's not pardoning anybody that was helping the black community, for one. We got political prisoners that's still locked up. We got Assata Shakur out there that can't come back to the country that they could easily pardon if they wanted to. So he's pardoning some rich black people, and he's pardoning some not so rich black people, because he pardoned people in his first term too, drug dealers, things like that. So I'm not going to say he's not doing people who aren't rich, but these pardons don't really represent what's going on the ground. Because if you look around, I know in my city, I see more police officers now than I saw last year. I know every city in the 757 is hiring new police officers. I know there's been more federal judges appointed. So I'm looking for the Republicans to make some type of judicial push with some new laws or changing some laws within the next 2 years, because they're setting this all in play. But they're dangling something else in our face, so we won't even be looking at it. So we're not even paying attention to it. And this just on the judicial level, because they're doing it in other aspects as far as education and different things too. But we're just talking about the criminal judicial level right now, because that's what the show is about. So yeah, Trump, he's doing all of this. And they just dangling that carrot in front of our face. But remember, Trump is in office because somebody want him in office. Some people with money, more money than Trump, got him in office. So they gonna allow him to do certain things. He'll never be able to go too far. And this is not going too far. Pardoning Larry Hoover, pardoning NBA YoungBoy, pardoning Diddy, pardoning R. Kelly, none of that would be going too far for them, because they still making the moves on the ground level. If you look around YouTube, or if you watch the news, however you get your news, you can see every week, every state seems like they got a new gang indictment or some type of major indictment going on. So the same things are going on the ground level and on a larger scale, because they got the money now. See, this Trump administration, the federal government, they've opened up the coffers for all the different states. Now they're pushing money to these different states. That's how Florida is able to do a lot more with their illegal immigrants. They got more beds to store them, to ship them out. They even talking about, they're trying to get the federal government to build like a federal detention just for these illegal immigrants that they're picking up off the street. Not ones that have committed crimes or anything like that, but just some that they're running down in. So yeah, they're pardoning people just so we won't watch what they're doing on the other level. Don't get it confused.
Okay.
Just don't get it confused, that's all. Because if you pay attention, nothing is changing on this level as far as like They're not the federal government not decriminalizing nothing. They're not making any more laws any more lenient. They're not shortening prison sentences as far as the law is concerned. They're just amping shit up. They're giving their cops more money. They're taking away regulations that cops have to follow. They're just doing so much. Meanwhile, we see these pardons and think, oh yeah, this is the best thing in the world. Which I'm not knocking it, because for that person and their family and and people that's in the immediate vicinity of these people that he's pardoning is definitely a good thing. So I'm never knocking that. But I don't want us to think that he's doing this to do something for the black community, because he's not. That's just to distract the black community from what the government is really doing. That's all.
Okay, yeah, listen, man, I appreciate the input, brother. That's good. We want to put that good information out there, because there's always a catch to anything that they're doing.
That's right. It's definitely a catch to it. But I'm not knocking it. You know what I'm saying? And I hope Chicago, go ahead and pardon Larry so he can get out, because he still got to do that time. Unless the governor of Illinois pardon, he'll still gonna have to do that time.
Yeah, because they already pardoned him on the federal. Trump did that already. Yeah. They said he already shipped him to the state, so now you got to see what the governor and the state gonna do for him.
And there you go. Illinois is a Democratic state. So if they don't pardon him, then that's what the Democrats telling you. The same thing the Republicans telling you. We don't really care about y'all. For real, right there. You know what I'm saying? There you go. But just get out keep our eyes open, stay on the prize, and don't let them fool you. They're gonna dangle the shiny things in front of our face all the time, because they know we'll go for that. Now, you're gonna have shows like Roland Martin, right? He's throwing out Trump is pardoning all these people to get more votes. Like, we stupid. Trump ain't running for nothing.
Right.
So it's nothing to vote for. So I don't even know. I don't even get the angle of some of these Democrats or people that push the Democrats, because they're not even giving our people the right information and what the information really is. And that just makes me think, or lets me know that they're all in cahoots together. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
Right. And definitely, man. Listen, man, I appreciate you calling in, letting the people know, my brother.
Oh yeah, I put this in the chat. One more thing. Right before they picked Diddy up for his indictment, Diddy was talking about he did the vote or die, and he was pushing the Democrats. But he was like, now he thinks it's time for us to make a change, and he ain't saying go Republican or whatever like that. But he was like, we need our own party. We need a black party and all of that. That was right before they picked him up for his indictments. So if Trump looking at Diddy's politics on that may be something that push him towards that way too, as far as giving Diddy the pardon. But Diddy gonna buy that pardon, so he definitely gonna get that job.
Yeah, I can see that in the future, especially with all the shit that's going on with Trump doing these pardons and Diddy in the situation he's in, and Trump being in the situation he was in. Trump looking at the government as like they taking advantage of situations. So that's why he on the get back.
And then even though the trial is in New York, I mean it's a federal trial, but New York shot all those charges at Trump, so he can't wait to get back at New York.
Of course, that's why he going at Letitia James now.
Exactly. There you go, right there. There you go. All right. I mean, anybody else would do the same thing. For real.
Yeah, facts. You get railroaded and throwing everything at you from different people, and then Biden sending these people at you. You gonna get back when you can get back.
Yeah, what Omar say? When you come for the king, you better not miss, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Appreciate
all right, brother. Be easy. Keep it up. Let's keep moving. Stay on Wacknet too.
I appreciate you calling in. You know what it is.
All right. Peace.
Yeah, man. Trump ain't playing. Trump is not playing. And that's a fact. He's stepping right now. I ain't even gonna hold you. He's stepping right now. And don't care what nobody say. The man done basically lived his life. He don't care what nobody say. He fuck around and pardon R. Kelly, because I can guarantee you that R. Kelly got some attorneys sending messages to Trump. They done wrote Trump. They done contacted him. I can bet that. Because R. Kelly is hearing these people in the government system being pardoned. So I can guarantee you Kels is definitely sending a message out there. Got the lawyers like, yo, man, see what he can do for me. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's poppin'?
I'm with you. He gonna let R. Kelly go.
Yeah, I can see it.
It's just a matter of time, but right now he got to be about his business. He got to get our state in order, back in order. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He came into a shit show. Toilet blowing over, blowing up, shit all backed up. The Democrats did a due diligence in a disrespectful way to us as American citizens. They lied to us.
Yes, they did.
They made us think that our government was running fine, when in fact, it was a shit show. Biden couldn't ride a bike or walk up a motherfucking stair without falling over.
That's a fact.
And then they pushed Kamala on the Democrats. They did it all wrong. They did it because if they pushed her like they did, she could just come in and get his $96 billion that he had already raised. And she was just going to run on that. And then what? She lost $24 billion. Don't know where it went. She paid what? Roland Martin. She gave him $350,000. She paid everybody. She paid Meg Thee Stallion. She was a whole city girl, a 305. We don't like that.
Yeah.
We don't want our daughters to be like that.
I'm with you.
These are the hard conversations that don't nobody want to have, Mr. Deasy. But it need to be had. What they do, they open up the border and then they flooded all the illegal aliens into our communities.
Yes,
without
they
giving
did.
us nothing.
Yes, they did. They definitely lied to us about a lot of things. And, you know, they was doing things for their purposes, acting like the country was running how it's supposed to be ran. And Trump got in there and seen a lot of things was going on, and they didn't want him to change it. They was trying to stop him from people. They got companies that was being paid, you know, grants and all this stuff that was going on, that people had grandfathered into situations that nobody was even doing nothing, but they was being paid. And Trump went there and found all that, him and Elon Musk. But don't nobody say nothing about it.
Well, if they would have let him have stayed in office, we would have been better off where we are now. So what he doing is he's coming in and just cleaning up. For real.
On a straight mission.
He's coming and cleaning up because when he bought all that material for the border while he was in office and while he was on his way out, Biden sold that material for pennies on the dollar, only to turn around for us to have to buy it again.
Biden definitely did the Jedi mind trick on the people. Then he said, I ain't gonna pardon my son, knowing he was. But I say he should have pardoned his son, but I just didn't like that he told the people that he wasn't, just to try to manipulate the brain. But the whole time he knew he was going to do it.
Well, then that's word fact. You got child, I got child. I don't want to see my child do no bad. And if I got the power for me to make sure that my child ain't got to do shit, I'm going to just tell you straight up.
And that's where I'm at. He should have been like that. Yo, I'm going to pardon my son. Yeah, but when he was asked about it, he like, no, I wouldn't do that. That's to manipulate the people, but didn't do it because you knew you was going to do it the whole time. What parent wouldn't pardon their child? And, you know, he pardoned his whole family. And didn't help the people that he sent at Trump. Letitia James, the other prosecutor, the attorney general, what's her name? Fonnie Willis. Yeah, them people, they ain't get no pardon. But all his family, they good.
But they went hard for him, and he showed them how he felt about them. He said in the beginning, I don't want my children going to school with no black children.
Ain't that something?
I'm paraphrasing. I don't want my children playing in the schoolyard on recess with the monkey jungles or with the jungle monkeys. How you want to say it? He wasn't open for segregation. And it ain't no problem. Let me tell you, Mr. Deasy, I prefer an open racist than a closet racist.
Facts.
Any day. Any day. If you know, you know. Them the people that when you walking down the hall at your job and they don't speak to you and you happen to be in the elevator with them, all you got to do is say hello, 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 say hello enough times. They gonna say hello to you first because they don't want their friends to see them saying hello to you.
Okay, right.
You understand what I'm saying?
I'm with you.
And I'm saying that we having this real hard conversation. And it ain't about color. It's just about being American citizens. Don't pass the torch to the people that's coming into the country illegally before you pass the torch to us freely. We got homeless people. I'm in California. They don't know where $24 billion went, so they say. I could tell you where it went. You gave it to the illegal immigrants. You gave them $13,000 for food stamps every month. And you don't want to give a person like me $1 for food stamps. You gave them $5,000 every month for every person that was in their household. And you don't want to give me $1.
Now that's ill that they do that kind of stuff. It make the people that are here legit struggle just so that you can push hard. But the people that come here that ain't supposed to be here, they get blessed.
We all know it takes at least 7 years for you to come into the country legally, where they'll put you up. They'll make sure you good. And when I mean put you up, it mean that your paperwork is up. You go to work, you do your thing. But you can't overlook the people that's here. I'ma say it all the time when I call in. I'm a 14th generation of slave descendant. They ain't gave us nothing, and I'm gonna tell you on my behalf, we ain't looking for nothing. But don't take nothing from us that's rightfully ours and give it to somebody else. Kamala Harris gave them Orientals $50 million during COVID. But who's the people that put the $50 million bag on them? The black people. And you ain't give us nothing. The black people, they buy the hair, they buy the lashes, they eat the Chinese food, all that. You ain't give us nothing. And you made it a hate crime for us if they disrespectful to us, because they very disrespectful to us. For us to launch back at them, and it's a hate crime. When it's gonna be a hate crime for you to launch out at black people?
They ain't never gonna set that.
And we ain't never gonna look for it, baby. We gotta get our own shit together. Every time we get our own shit together, they bomb us. Tulsa, Rosewood, all other countries, all other cities, they bomb us. Within our own United States of America. But we stay strong. United we stand, divided we fall.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all about the shits over here. And I hear you when you say you ain't got to tell nobody. You just got to be about it. I'm all about it. My children, I teach my children. I got boys. When you drive in your car, this what you do. When they stop you, this what they do. Because if you black and you live long enough, you gonna get stopped. If you buy a $10 million mansion and move up there in the hills with them people, They gonna stop you once in your lifetime living up there while you drive up there. Don't ever think they ain't. Your home is beautiful. I see your backdraft. You can't tell me you ain't been stopped not one time.
Oh yeah, damn right. Shit, I pull the camera out though. You know what I'm saying? When they fuck with me, I pull the camera out. You know what I mean? And I go to war with them. I take traffic tickets all the way to trial. You know what I mean? So I don't play no games.
But you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I definitely understand. Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
And half of the time, it's motherfuckers that ain't even bred on this land. They come from another country. Them the motherfuckers that be calling and talking shit. You ain't been punched in your face and your throat fast enough and enough for you to shut your motherfucking mouth. Get the fuck up out of here with that bullshit. I promise you that. I promise you that, Mr. Deasy. I don't bother nobody. I stay to myself. I don't need no friends. And half of my family is already gone because I'm 55 and they was before me. So they outlived me. Now I'm trying to outlive my youngins. Yeah, at the age that I'm at. You know?
Yeah.
You start living long enough to where you getting close enough to your name finna come up and your coffin finna be walked down the motherfucking aisle in the church.
Man, I was just saying this to myself the other day. Like, the older you get, the more people that you know them passed away. Because I look at it now, my age, it's so many people that I know that I grew up around, aunts, uncles, grandparents, family, like, you know what I mean? They gone, you know? And it's like, that's how it go. And then you up there and you at the top of the family.
That's where you find yourself. You the one passing on the legacy.
Yeah.
The person that died don't die until you die. Because you keep passing on the legacy. And then you pass it down to your children. You know?
Yeah.
But I call in and I shoot the breeze with you and shit, and I fuck around with you and I like you, and like I said, people in the chat and shit got their own opinions. Everybody got one. They assholes. Everybody got an asshole. So we all assholes, motherfucker. Fuck around and find out. But at the end of the day, we all just want to link up with people that we are of like mind. That's it. That's all. Ain't nobody making me give you my money. Ain't nobody making me talk nice to you. I'm doing that just all because, like I said, you my little brother. We Geminis, baby.
Yeah.
We run the world. I got 4 people inside of me, and I got to tell 3 of them to be nice when I wake up every morning.
Hey, listen, that's one thing you ain't got to tell me. I know how that go.
and 2 of them I take outside with me, and I tell them, look, we ain't finna act up. We gonna be nice.
There you go. I got to do the same thing. I'm preparing myself to be around people and to go outside.
Because if a motherfucker talk shit, you ran into the right one, baby. I'm that lady your mama told you about. I'm her. That's me.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I don't bother nobody. I go to the sanctuary every Sunday because I know I ain't good, Mr. Deasy. I'm all of I love the confrontation. I hate to say that.
Think that's so? I don't like it though. I gotta lie. I don't want no confrontation at my age now. I don't want no confrontation. That's why when I'm in public, I speak less. I say hi, keep it moving, but I don't want to hold conversations because I know I get irritated and then I might say the wrong thing, and then I don't want no trouble. I don't have any open cases. You know, my felony conviction is 20 years ago and everything is just going right for me. So I'm very mindful.
I'll just say it to you. You know you're a superstar now, right?
You know I appreciate you too, baby.
You know you're 18K and you're a superstar now. We see you through them glasses. You think we don't, nigga? When you take your ass out to the supermarket, they gonna be running behind you. You gonna be like Ronnie Biv and DeVoe, New Edition. They gonna be running behind you. They gonna have their sides. You gonna be running to your car. You gonna drop your keys, and they just gonna be all over your ass. I'ma slow my ass down and stop fucking around and playing with you, but I gotta say, and I'ma keep saying, justice to Mr. Marciano and Jay Reed, but more so Mr. Marciano. But I ask and I believe that you are the person that's meant for this mission to bring justice to him. And that's what we started out with. But in between, we do some other shit. We talk about shit and we do what we do. But at the end of the day, it's all about justice for Mr. Marciano, and it's Wack. We know you put that play in motion. We saw you kick loose foot, and we saw you move back. And with that being said, you're going to pay no matter how it is that you got to pay. You're going to pay. And it's going to come through SBGB TV.
Facts.
Get up, baby. I'll talk to you later.
I appreciate you too. Yo, yeah. Now make sure y'all hit that like button too. You're in the building, hit that like button for me. Hit that subscribe button. Y'all know we going up, we grinding. You know, the family growing strong, and that's a fact. Hit that subscribe button.
Some pretty well-known names among them. John Rowland, the former governor of Connecticut. Then you see Todd and Julie Chrisley down there near the bottom. Also the commutations of Harry O. and Larry Hoover. It is in the president's power. I mean, the Constitution gives him that power to do it. Generally, presidents wait until the last couple of days of their administrations, but President Trump isn't shy about trotting out his pardon pen early on.
That's true, John. And here's the thing. There is no question he has the power to do it. He certainly does. I think the question that some people are raising at this point is, should he be doing it on some of these people? Now, on that list that you just showed a moment ago, there are some individuals on there, such as there's a couple of gentlemen from the area I'm from, Palm Beach County, Florida, Tanner Mansell and John Moore. They were divers who came across some fishing line, and there was a controversy where they were accused by the state of theft. And it was a case that has really made headlines here for a long time because many people felt that they were wrongly prosecuted and then convicted. In fact, even some of the appellate court judges in that case, one in particular, spoke about her displeasure of the fact that they were the charges were even brought against them. So there is a valid use for these pardons, and some of these individuals are going to be cases that the general public can get behind and will support and agree with President Trump's decision to pardon people. And I think those two gentlemen are a good example of that. But others people are obviously being a little more critical of the large either theft or crimes involving violence.
It's not just the president. I mean, he has a team of people looking at this. He even has a pardons czar, Alice Marie Johnson. Listen to what she has to say.
One of the things that I look for is rehabilitation. That person is incarcerated. Have they rehabilitated? Have they admitted not only admit it, but are they remorseful for what they've done? I look at what the staff says about them. I look at, do they pose a safety risk to the community? That's one of the big things, because we don't want to release someone that would pose a risk to the community.
We don't want to release someone who would pose a risk to the community. Any problems with her set of codes there?
No, well, John, I'm really glad you played that clip, because if we look at that in comparison to the first clip showed here with Sean Combs, and we have to ask ourselves, if those are the criteria she's looking at, that specifically that this person cannot pose a risk to the community, that it's nonviolent crimes, then just on that alone, Sean Combs would absolutely not be eligible for a pardon. And so it is interesting that she spelled out the criteria that way. And I think if that is the way that they're ultimately are evaluating these cases, then Sean Combs has no chance.
Trial attorney Andrea Lewis.
Yeah, she a prosecutor, so ain't nobody paying attention to what she talking about. Straight up. Ain't nobody paying attention to her. She one of them joints. She want everybody in jail. She don't care if you innocent or not. She wants you in jail. The numbers. Them prosecutors, man, they be kind of evil, man. I ain't gonna lie. Not kinda, they be evil.
We should mention that Sean Combs hasn't been convicted yet. That trial is still underway, and he might not be convicted. We don't know. Andrea Lewis, thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Man, she said, we'll see. You hear her, right? She like, man, we will see. All she wants is a conviction. She supports all convictions. She don't care if you didn't do it or not. She wants to see a conviction. He said she looked like she a snitch on her own family. Straight up. Straight up. Hey, RM. Right there, her. Like a piece of work. Yeah, she a piece of work out there, man. Yeah, she a piece of work. Let me see, hold up. Long crowd say, hold up. P. Diddy and 50 Cent beef. Let me see, hold up. P. Diddy and 50 Cent beef. Let's see what we got here, y'all.
A beef between two titans of the New York music scene hits the sex trafficking and racketeering trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Why 50 Cent was brought up this week during a motion on the case presented by Law and Crime. Capricorn Clark. She is a former assistant of Sean Combs, who went on to become the head of marketing for his Sean John clothing brand. Clark rose successfully and professionally through the ranks of Diddy's world during her time working for him, which stretched between 2004 to 2018, so she saw a lot. Clark claimed that Diddy would threaten her, and she says he even kidnapped her in 2011. All of this matters as we build up to how 50 Cent kind of factors into what she said on the stand. Now, Capricorn Clark started working for Bad Boy after she worked for Death Row Records. Now, that's surprising, since Death Row was ran...
Hey, AJ, just like Kamala, Kamala get up there and make that big-ass fake smile. I ain't falling for it.
And by perhaps Diddy's most hated enemy, Suge Knight. Clark said that one of her good friends had a baby with Suge Knight, and that's how she knew him. And in perhaps the most shocking story from her testimony, Clark claimed that shortly after she started working for Diddy, Diddy and his security guards took her to Central Park after dark, and Diddy said, quote, "He told me he didn't know that I had anything to do with Suge Knight, and if anything happened, he would have to kill me." It is an allegation that paints Combs as someone who is ready to take a life. But as Capricorn Clark's testimony continued, she brought up another rival of Sean Diddy Combs and another allegation that he made an ominous threat of violence. Clark testified, when working for Diddy, they went to a press event at MTV and 50 Cent was there. And just wait until you hear what she says Diddy told 50's manager. 50 Cent's real name is Curtis Jackson. He rose to fame in the early 2000s. You might remember songs like In the Club. You might remember that he was the leader of the rap group G-Unit. Now, 50 grew up in Jamaica, Queens, New York. Diddy, also a New York native. He was born in Harlem, grew up in Mount Vernon, New York, just about 20 miles away. And even though they both had success in music, they both rose to fame representing the city of New York and the rap scene there, they have been longtime rivals. In 2006,
you said Diddy will get 25, Steve? Hey, Big Steve, man. Trump might pardon him, though. Diddy might be out in the next 2-3 years.
50 Cent released a diss track about Diddy. So almost 20 years ago, this goes back a long way. And in that diss track, he says, quote, "Who shot Biggie Smalls? We don't get them. They gon' kill us all. Man, Puffy know who hit that expletive. Man, that expletive soft." Now, 50 is accusing Combs there of knowing who killed his friend, the notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace. Wallace and Puffy were incredibly close, but Wallace was shot and killed in a drive-by shooting in Los Angeles in 1997, and no one has ever been charged for pulling the trigger. This all happened during really the height of the East Coast-West Coast rap rivalry of the 90s, which involved Suge Knight, who we mentioned earlier. 50 Cent has also accused Diddy of orchestrating the murder of death row rapper Tupac Shakur, who died in 1996 in a Las Vegas drive-by shooting. This is Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. He was arrested in September 2023, and he is the only person facing charges related to Tupac's murder. But
that's the same person that Wack tried to bail out, got in their line.
50 Cent has continued to push the allegation that Sean Combs either knows something or did something for Tupac to end up dead, though Diddy has denied that. But in a 2023 Instagram post, 50 wrote, "Damn, so Pac got lined by Brother Love, LOL, time to lawyer up, expletive might get sticky," with a pic of Suge Knight in a car with Tupac. Diddy, who has a lot of names, Puff Daddy, Puffy, Puff, and Brother Love is one of those other names. Now, from Diddy's side of things, again, he's denied having anything to do with Tupac's murder, and he's also denied having anything to do with Christopher Wallace's death, and he's denied publicly having issues with 50 Cent. Here's what Combs said when he was asked about a beef with 50 in a 2018 interview with the radio show The Breakfast Club, Power 105.1 FM.
Hey, yo, I don't have no beef with I don't know why. With Fifth. He loves me. He loves me.
Do y'all really
can't
have
see
a
it?
beef?
I mean, y'all can't see it.
No, we can't see
Y'all
it,
can't
man.
see that he loves me?
But see,
you really, hold on, you really think that's hate?
If you look at 50's social,
you could tell Puff was lying. You could see it all in Puff's face.
Media, you can see he has a lot of posts about Diddy. And this is what he posted the day that federal agents in Miami raided Combs' mansion ahead of his arrest on the charges that he's now on trial for. 50 Cent posted on X, "Now it's not Diddy do it, it's Diddy done. They don't come like that unless they got a case." 50 Cent also included a link to his G-Unit clothing brand in that post. While Diddy in the Breakfast Club clip said that 50 Cent actually loves him and there was never a beef, on the stand this week, Capricorn Clark said otherwise. Clark said that she was at this press event at MTV with Diddy and 50 Cent was also there, all of this happening in New York. Clark said, quote, "After the interview wrapped up, myself, Puff, and Chris Lighty got in the elevator." Clark said that Lighty was an entertainment manager who, on paper, was managing Diddy at the time, but was also 50 Cent's manager at the time. Prosecutors asked Clark what happened in the elevator, and she said, quote, "Puff told Chris, because they were having some sort of issue, like, I really don't like all the back and forth. I don't do that. I like guns." The prosecutor then asked, "What's the issue with an individual?" And Clark responded, he had an issue with 50 Cent. She said Combs was very serious when he said that. In this case, it has become common to hear testimony from witnesses about alleged threats by Diddy. In fact, several witnesses have said that Diddy regularly threatened to fire people, to beat people, like his former girlfriend Cassie Ventura, and in this case, making a threat involving firearms to settle a dispute, per the testimony of someone who was one of his closest associates for more than a decade. Invoking gun violence and some sort of veiled threat, that could be scary for some, but apparently not 50 Cent. On Instagram, 50 posted right after his name came up in the courtroom, quote, cut, wait a minute. Puffy's got a gun? I can't believe this. I don't feel safe, with a picture that looked like an AI image of 50 Cent on a movie set looking serious. And he wasn't done. Shortly after that, he posted another AI image on Instagram of him in a Yankees hat with a very scared look on his face with the caption, "Oh my goodness, itty bitty Diddy wants me dead. I have to lay low." Sad face emoji. I think I'm gonna hide out at the playoff game tonight, LOL. Then the next day he posted what he did that night. He went to the NBA playoff game between the New York Knicks and the Indiana Pacers in Indiana. And you can see him here in a picture on the floor in a shirt that reads, quote, "Free Diddy," playing into the trolling that 50 Cent has done to Sean Combs over the years, even before Combs was ever accused of what he is on trial for. Now, Combs' trial is expected to last another month at least. He's charged with racketeering, sex trafficking by force, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He has pleaded not guilty. Join us now to talk more about the trial of Sean Diddy Combs and everything that's going on inside the courtroom is Afi Patterson, civil and criminal defense attorney. Thanks for taking the time to be with us. We're focusing on what was a minor moment in the grand scheme of everything we heard in the trial this week, but there's this anecdote that Capricorn Clark told about what related to 50 Cent, but what Diddy allegedly told 50 Cent's manager at MTV during her time of working for Diddy.
Hold up.
What did you make of that? Sean Combs saying, "I don't like the back and forth, but I like guns."
You know, I think it goes to the overall case. They've been saying that Diddy was a dangerous guy. If he made a threat, he could back it up. And I do recall reading that she said that his demeanor was very, very serious. And knowing the history, knowing his history, his violent history, knowing about the beef between Biggie and Tupac, I think that it probably frightened her. And I think that just again, her knowing about his violence, his propensity for violence, his behavior with her, his behavior with Cassie, his behavior with other employees, he's just continually reinforcing that violence. So I think it was a really good moment for the government.
Yeah, it's just, and it seems like there are these little moments along the way where there are some celebrity names that pop up. This case, it was 50 Cent. We heard earlier in the trial, Usher and Neo were at a dinner where Cassie was allegedly assaulted. It was unclear whether they saw that, but it was said that they were there. As far as the history of 50 Cent and Diddy, do we know how it started? I know that 50 Cent had a diss track, I think around 2006, claiming that Sean Combs knew who killed Biggie Smalls, but is there a particular incident that happened that made 50 Cent just seem to really start to come at Sean Combs?
You know, I don't know what's ground zero for them. I've seen, interviews that 50 has given saying that it's all business with them. I know they both have alcohol lines, and I know, they're both from New York. I think 50 is maybe from Queens and Diddy is from Harlem. I don't know what their ground zero is, but I know that since this all came out, 50 has not stopped. He's been taunting Diddy online. You, of course, know about the documentary. I believe it got picked up by Netflix, and he is supposedly donating the proceeds to victims of domestic violence. Diddy has had his knee on his neck and his foot to the gas on Diddy for a while. But again, I don't know where it started.
Yeah, I mean, 50 Cent, for many people, if it was ever, there was an anecdote that came out that someone had said, "Oh, I like guns," when talking about a back and forth, it might scare you. 50 Cent was at the Knicks Pacers game in Indiana with a Free Diddy t-shirt on, sitting courtside the next day. It's different. It was, yeah, it was different. I look back, and we aired a bit kind of leading into this interview, a clip from the Breakfast Club. It was 2018, and Diddy was on the show, and they asked about the issues that he had with 50 Cent.
It's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Hey, yo, what's good, man? It's Brother Rome.
What's going on with you, Brother Rome?
In Southern California. I know you ain't heard from me for a minute, but you know, I stay tuned in though. You know what I mean? Hey, but hey, just on another note, hey, I recognize her voice, and I don't know what she looked like, and I wonder if you want to know. She the one that said, "Easy, come get you some of this pussy, baby." I said, "Oh shit." Do you remember that show?
I don't remember. Who
You don't
was she on there?
You don't remember that? You don't remember that show? That's her. She said, "Come on and get you some of this pussy, baby." That's her. She said,
Who you talking about, Brother Rome?
the last caller, man, the one that be saying, "Baby."
Oh yeah.
I'm like, yo, my brother DZ on. He got grannies wanting to throw it back and look back at it. I said, "Oh shit."
Yeah, that's my girl, Blue Chicken, man. She good peoples.
Yeah, I know she is. She got a good message too.
Yeah,
you know, I rock with her. You know what I'm saying? I was just calling in because I remember her voice. Come and get some of this pussy, DZ. Come and get some of this pussy, baby.
Yo,
said,
you a mess,
yo.
man. You a mess. You a mess, brother.
Hey, she said she wow. She said she, you know what I'm saying? She said she with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she good people. Blue Chicken
Have you ever
good
seen
peoples.
her? Have you seen her, DZ, before?
Nah, I haven't seen her. I just talked to her though. She good peoples though.
I feel you, DZ. You don't kiss and tell. I understand. You know what I mean? But I feel you. You know what I mean? It's all good. Hey, but yo, I was watching your content earlier, and you know it was a breath of fresh air to see you step off a Wack for a little bit, but I see you right back on his ass again. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm gonna go in and let you do your thing, but you know, I'm tuned in, man. I rock with you. And yo, KO is a trip, huh? Hey,
yeah.
Hey, when he lets you know he on one too.
Yeah.
Hey, I checked out the thing. I checked out the diamond thing. Damn, he is dedicated, low-key, because that diamond is $149 a month.
Yeah.
And he was subscribing for other people too?
Yeah. He got off the line and sent out 5 motherfucking memberships.
Oh man, damn, he's a stomp. That's what you call a stomp down. You know what I mean? A stomp down brother. You know what I mean? He with it for real.
Very
you know
supportive of the channel, you know what I mean? And you know, I appreciate the brother. He definitely support the channel and he donate to the channel, everything.
I just got a new job. Hopefully I keep it, and I'm a support too. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate you, brother.
Low-key, but low-key, you know we rock with you, man. We love your success and your growth, and you know what I'm saying? Soon enough, that's a lot of women gonna be saying, "Come on and come get some of this pussy, baby." You don't remember that? You acting like you don't remember.
I
bro.
remember,
You
brother.
remember.
Rome. I remember what you talking about, my brother. I appreciate you calling in, though.
I for sure. I peace.
Brother Rome off the hook, man. Brother Rome off the hook. Straight up.
There's no issues. I love him. He loves me. He was kind of joking about it. And then you hear these stories that come out, whether it's this one specifically about 50 Cent or just in general, the picture that's being painted by the government in this trial. For you, has kind of the image of Sean Combs and who you thought he was, has it changed during the course of what we've seen over the last couple of weeks?
Certainly over the course of what we've seen, but I think I've seen an interview where 50 said, if you want to go nowhere, go to Diddy. If you're ready for your career to die, go to Diddy. It's long been rumored that Diddy didn't necessarily treat his artists properly, and if you look through his roster of artists, you'll see a lot of individuals whose careers probably started off really, really well, but they ended up with no money. That's long been the rumor. There've been rumors of abuse by Diddy toward Cassie and toward Kim and some other women as well. Even when he was at, I think Uptown is where he originally started. So you know, there've always been rumors, but nothing really solidified and verified like we've had in this trial. It's been awful. I think it would be awful for anyone. I don't think his reputation is in the business world certainly will never recover. And even if he's found not guilty, his name is mud. I don't think that it's recoverable. I think everybody is extremely shocked, especially just some of the sexually explicit things. We have a huge morality issue in America. So anything that's like a little deviant is just not going to be really good for you. So I think everybody's a little shocked. I'm a little shocked and appalled and horrified, and I think a lot of people are. But this is not what we knew. We knew some things weren't right, but we didn't know just how wrong they were.
And I feel like we just knew because, we all grew up, whether it was, some of the roles he had in movies, and he was everywhere, and then his brands were everywhere. And it's like Making the Band was such like a hit show on MTV back in the day. And there's that famous scene where he has all the contestants walk to Brooklyn to go get, I think it was Junior's cheesecake. And he's yelling at people. And then it seemed like everyone around him in any documentary that he did, it was like, oh, that's just Puff because he's always just so angry. And then it's just this whole other level in the trial where it just, as an attorney, how effective has the government been, as you just read, and we can only read transcripts really and kind of hear from the people we have in the courtroom, but just at this point, how effective has the government been in painting the picture of this isn't just someone who was a domestic abuser, this isn't someone who was just a mean boss, but this was a racketeer who was running a criminal enterprise.
Yeah, and I think the forced labor issue, I think they've done an excellent job with that. With the transcripts I've been reading, a lot of the people are saying that they worked for 20 hours, like that's the magic number, 20 hours straight. They, on a good day, we heard you'll get 4 hours of sleep. On a bad day, you'll get 4 hours of sleep. I think one of the what is it? A bodyguard said, if you sleep, you're getting fired. Like, it was more rhythmic than that. I don't know, but you couldn't sleep around him. And I think that's what we saw with Making the Band. But again, we really didn't believe it. We thought it was for entertainment purposes. We didn't think someone could really act like this. And if an employee gave any pushback, they would either be terminated or they'd be threatened with reputational damage. They would be threatened with being blackballed, or they actually would be blackballed. And I think the government is doing an excellent job of proving forced labor.
And on that forced labor part, because on one hand, and I found it interesting, like George Kaplan, who is a former personal assistant for Diddy, like detailed all these, witnessing the abuse, he said, of Cassie. And then he was someone who would start work at 9:30 in the morning. And I think he said sometimes he went home at 7 o'clock in the morning the next day. And that's just what it was like. And he still, at the end of his testimony, said something along the lines of, he respects Diddy as this business person. In the eyes of the law and in this trial, what's the line between, well, this was a guy who just worked his employees really hard, to the point of where it was a forced labor issue where he was breaking the law?
So I think the perfect forced labor issue is, I think, Mia's testimony that we read through today. And, I think it's really easy for someone to say, well, hey, why don't you just leave? Well, one of the elements with forced labor is if you leave, you're threatened with reputational damage. You're threatened with being blackballed. You're threatened with psychological manipulation. So I think, that's a perfect example. With respect to Kaplan's testimony, I think what was so important is when he said toward the end of his testimony, I believe, that Diddy's called him a god amongst men. Well, how did he become a god amongst men? Did he use his enterprise? Did he use his influence? Did he use coercion? Did he use threats? Did he use violence to become a god amongst men? So I think, whereas a lot of people may think that was really flattering toward Diddy, I thought that was more damaging than anything because of what he did to become a god amongst men. Does that make sense to you?
No, it does. And that's an interesting way to look at it, because at the end of Kaplan's testimony, we did a show specifically, and I found it interesting because, like, really in the grand scheme of all the witnesses, George Kaplan's probably, by the end of this, someone that we may not even remember his name. But I just found it interesting where he was worked so hard. He was cleaning up the hotel rooms, and talked about all the baby oil and stuff that he was cleaning up in the hotel room. So you're just like, what kind of job is this? And then at the end, he's still like, yeah, it was almost, he was trying to be complimentary. But you look at that and you're like, the view that people had of Sean Combs within Bad Boy and Combs Enterprises, it was beyond, it felt like a boss, because there's still this, like, I need to give him a compliment at the end of the testimony. From the defense's side, they have tried to say, well, hey, Sean Combs, the video from 2016, yeah, it's bad. He was, this is domestic abuse. It's not a domestic abuse case. This is a racketeering, sex trafficking case. As a criminal defense attorney, to this point, how have they been doing in trying to score points for Sean Combs after some really difficult testimony that the government's putting forward?
I think they've been making some good objections. I think that they've been doing the best they can. I was shocked that they didn't cross-examine Cassie's mother, which I thought was extremely damaging testimony. But I think they're doing exactly, the best that they can with what they've got. I think that Diddy ran a campaign, or at least this is what the government is showing us, that he ran a campaign of psychological warfare. You can tell in the type of people that he hired. A lot of people have testified that if they left, they didn't have really many resources. They may not have had the parents or the spouse or the background to help them do other things within the industry. So, and I think he did that on purpose with his hiring practices. And, again, it was just a reign of terror and psychological warfare. I think the defense, they're just doing, the best they can. They're poking little holes in people's memories, which to me, it really doesn't matter. The fundamentals are what matters. If you can't remember whether somebody had on a yellow shirt or purple shoes, that doesn't matter. I care about the fundamentals. And I think they're doing great jobs with poking holes, but they're not doing a good job where it matters, because they don't have anything with respect to where it matters, if that makes sense.
One love.
No, it does. And one thing, you talk about the objections, and I'm happy you brought that up, because just reading through the transcripts, it seems like there's an objection. I remember in Deontay Nash's testimony, the celebrity stylist, it was like every single question, the defense was popping in and having something to say. Is that typical? Is this an above average amount of objections that you're seeing from the defense?
No, I think it's pretty normal. I think they've been strategic about it. I think they've been quiet when they need to be, and I think that they've been pretty vocal, where they need to be. So I don't think it's out of the ordinary.
Typically, when you object, and I'm always just fascinated by that, because I think there's a big difference probably between what you see on Law and Order and the reason for objections in real life. What is the way a question, this is kind of just getting into the legal part of it, what is the way a question needs to be asked, and why would you object in certain cases where it seems like the prosecution's asking an open-ended question and then the defense steps in and objects?
Well, so a lot of the objections come from laying the foundation. So an example of laying foundation is if we know that, a drug is at issue, you don't want to say, when you saw such and such with the drug, what did you do with it? You want to first lay a foundation. Where did this item come from? Did you know what was in the item? And if they say, yes, I knew there were pills in it, I got them from such and such place. Okay, how did you know what these pills were made of, or what impact they'd have on the body? I know what ecstasy looks like. This was my prescription that I passed to X, Y, and Z. You just have to lay a foundation, and sometimes if you're not laying a foundation, you're going to get an objection.
And then just finally, as we're still on the front end of this trial, and it's incredible to think that the prosecution still has a couple more weeks to go with everything we've heard thus far. When it comes to the racketeering, they've made the argument that he was responsible for the arson of Kid Cudi's car. We've heard multiple people like Capricorn Clark say that she was kidnapped by Sean Combs. Has the government, to this point, how close are they, in your opinion, to kind of reaching the bar that they need to on these charges?
I really think they've reached it. I think they've reached it with sex trafficking. I think they've reached it with forced labor. I think, who knows with respect to the arson, but I think they've reached it already. And I think it's going to be important in their closing for them to, those little games we used to play when we were kids, draw the line, connect the dots. They're just going to have to connect the dots and be very succinct about it in their closing. And I think that's why they're shutting down early, and they're going to cut a few witnesses, from what I've heard, because you don't need them. You don't want to overwhelm your jury. And I think it's just, bring it home in the closing. That's what they have to do. I don't think that there's much, there's really not much the defense can do. I think that, they're going to talk about how he's just a bad guy. He does bad things, but this doesn't rise to Rico. And I just don't see how they're going to win with that.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's been a very, very interesting is an interesting word to use for it, because there's just been so much each and every day. Very difficult testimony in many cases from people like Cassie and like Mia and so many of the other people we've heard from. We'll see what happens next. Afi Patterson, a civil and criminal defense attorney. Thank you for joining us on Law and Crime. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I appreciate
it. Yeah. We gonna see. So they saying they cutting some of the witnesses short. Gonna cut the trial. I think they said the trial was supposed to last like 8 weeks. So I guess they gonna cut it short, huh? We gonna see how that go. But like I said, man, I think Trump gonna come around the corner and push the line. It's more to come. If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, hit the subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Man, I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. You hear me? Y'all know we growing. If you would like to become a member, it's pinned at the top of the chat. It's only $3.99. And go check out the merch. SBGBTV.com. We also gonna be adding some red shirts to the merch, and it was another color too. We're gonna add some more colors. I think it might be green. It might be red and green. So we're gonna add some more colors to the merch. So go check the merch out, sbgbtv.com. And if you'd like us to promote anything for you, it's $40 a day, $200 for 7 days. And you can email me, sbgbtv@gmail.com. I appreciate everybody that donated, everybody that called in, everybody that's been in the chat active. I appreciate all y'all. And we growing. Put a 1 in the chat if you are a member so we can shout you out. I appreciate y'all. Facts. Yeah. He said even if Diddy is pardoned, he's done in the industry. We haven't heard from Bill Cosby anymore. L Rose. I think Bill's still doing some things though. I think he doing something. But Bill's stupid paid. Bill stupid dumb paid. MX Laker girl. Respect the blue lady. J Rip. AJ. RM. Miss Hawkins. Inglewood Blue. Yeah, man, I appreciate all y'all. Trees. I appreciate all of y'all, man. If you haven't hit the like button already, hit that like button. We appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe to the channel. Y'all know what it is. You said, remember, the feds can still bring more charges later. They could have charges with him way more. The feds are smart and calculated. Yeah. But, if Trump pardoning, the thing is, they ain't gonna want to go back at him because it's gonna be pointless. I think that Trump can pardon him from them going at him for anything. Like Biden did his family. Biden pardoned his family, whereas though they can't go after him for nothing. You know? So Trump could do something like that. Because Biden sure did that for his family. He pardoned his family from getting any charges from the government. Trump is looking for the gang members. He have a place for them. He said Bill's old and hiding out. Yeah, Bill Cosby 80 something, man. He 80. Yeah. 80 something. Become a member. It's only $3.99. MX Laker girl. Yeah. You said that'd be sad for real, for real. Hey, man, you know, we got to be honest. It's the game. You know, it's the game. I can see it. I can see it. Trump got it out for the government right now because they tried to go at him hard, and the people that was in position trying to send everybody at him. So I think Trump's shaking shit up. He said, and trust me, the feds will still be watching him. Diddy won't be able to move. Now, they definitely gonna be watching it. And that's a definite, you know. But shit, you get through something like this, you better do everything by the book. That's one thing, you know. If you get through something like this, you better do everything by the book. Straight up. You said Bill damn near 90, if not, yeah. He definitely up there. You said they will just wait until Trump leaves office. Now, L. Rose, that's what I said that they gonna have to do with certain people. If they trying to get certain people right now and Trump go double back and, you know, clear that shit up, it's pointless. So, you know what I mean? Some of them people might just wait. I mean, the government might just wait for some of them people to, you know, go at him when Trump get out of office. You know? But, you know, I appreciate all of y'all that rock with the channel. Y'all know we growing. Man, make sure y'all hit that like button on the way out. If you in the building, tap that like button. It don't hurt. Hit that like button. And I appreciate all of y'all. And that's a fact, man. You know, it was strong. We went all the way in. We touched some things, you know, we bounced around. And the grind don't stop. I'm about to get back to twice a day. That's coming. You know what I mean? You know, DZ needed a little break. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. I gotta get a few things in order. But I'm about to get back to twice a day. And even maybe doing some shorter lives during the daytime, you know. But we gonna get back at it, you know, non-stop. And I'm definitely about to start doing more reactions. You know what I mean? I'm about to start doing more reaction videos, and I'm ready to get to that. I gotta lock in. I'm mentally preparing myself so that I can start dropping more reaction videos to things that's going on and reacting to them and dropping them. Not just clipping the live, but doing reaction videos all together about things that's going on currently. You know, and I appreciate all y'all. Trees. You know what I mean? Things can always be worse. Thank God that we aren't whack. There you go. Shit, we ain't whack. Hell no. I mean, they can and will, DZ. The feds play a slow game. Now, that's a fact. Hope you stay out the kitchen tonight. I'm going there right now. Soon as I get off here. I ain't even gonna lie. I done seasoned me a pork chop. It been sitting in the refrigerator for a couple hours now. I seasoned it before I got on the live. I'm throwing it in the air fryer and I'm gonna fuck this pork chop up. I'm not gonna lie. I'm fucking this pork chop up. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. Straight up. He said, big up, brother. Buck. Yeah. He said, we live in a corrupt life. God will save us one day at a time. One day at a time. But I appreciate all y'all. And that's a fact. Make sure y'all hit the like button. No cap. We grinding. We gonna go hard this month. This month we ready to turn it up. I gotta turn it up on these reaction videos. We gotta go in. Subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button. Share these lives. RM, my guy, appreciate you. Kid Kia, appreciate you. Y'all know what it is, man. Appreciate all y'all. And that's a fact. Y'all know what it is. It's not about the setback. It's about the get back. Nah.